Welcome everyone to the supercut of Summer Lake Zoo. This is a heavily themed zoo around this lake, which contains a couple of wonderfully themed habitats around that lake, including two of my best habitats ever, this Japanese macaque habitat over here, and most obviously my Nepal-inspired red panda and grizzly bear area. But now let's jump into the supercut. Hello everyone and welcome to Summer Lake episode 1, a brand new project here on my channel in Planet Zoo. And if you are looking for a very Disney-ish inspired zoo, this is the series to watch. This is going to be way over the top and this is going to be very fantasy-ish inspired, and it's gonna be, well, actually we spare no expense, okay? Let's put it that way. It's going to be a lake designed zoo which has 10 different areas, which are all done a little bit like in Epcot, where you do have every area resembling one country. And this is the same idea we are going to tackle in this zoo. But today, first of all, we are going to build the entrance building and the central piece of the zoo, which is going to be a tree. And for those of you who do know Disney's Animal Kingdom, they might already have an idea what kind of tree that is. I mean, you've seen it from the thumbnail potentially already glimpsing through, but I am incredibly proud of what I've done here today. It's going to be a fairly long time lapse, and I sped it up by 10 times. So I was trying to find the middle ground between those people who like fairly quick time lapses and those who cannot stand too quick time lapses. So I would have loved to go to like 12-13 times, but honestly though, this is going to be too ridiculous and looks really bad. Now, that said, I can already tell you that this tree over here really cost me a lot of patience, and I did cut away mainly the first 6 attempts that went wrong. And as you can see, this is not done entirely with a rotation trick. It's more or less done by hand entirely. And the idea was following the Tree of Life in Animal Kingdom, building something similar but not yet quite the same. Now this tree in Animal Kingdom is fairly inspired by a baobab tree. I don't know how exactly you pronounce that African tree, which is a little bit more chunky and actually a little bit more wide and thick, while I wanted to have a bit of a thinner tree that goes a tiny bit taller to the top, so representing a little bit more like an, fairly over-exaggerated oak tree, I guess. And I still wanted to go and do this wonderful animal texture on it. So for those of you who don't know, the Animal Kingdom in Florida, the Disney park, has a Tree of Life. And from the distance, it does look like a tree. While you go closer, you see that all the textures and all the kind of wood is actually animals glued together out of wooden animals. And if you've seen the Imagineering story, you will definitely notice that this is all made possible by very experienced and very talented wood artists. Like, they have done all these little statues and stuff exactly for this tree, and like thousands of those animals went together to create that tree and those trunks, and it's just looking absolutely gorgeous. I mean, there is basically no reason to do something else, because it's just so beautiful. And you can actually tell from what I've been trying here. I was trying different styles, and unfortunately though, we have some really great wooden animal statues in the game, but unfortunately just a few different species, while we have a lot of different animal statues from different sorts. Like, some of them are stone, some of them are marble, some of them are wood, some of them are like plastic and stuff like that. And unfortunately also not all of them are recolorable. So yeah, I needed to find a middle ground and try to glue them all together. So I, at the end, used only those animals that, or those statues that were flexicolor, so I could at least make them somewhat nice looking and similar looking. And yeah, then I moved on, making this tree finally look like a freaking tree. And even though it looks fairly seamless and straightforward what I'm doing over here, I can tell you I had a few iterations going on before I knew how exactly to do it. But still, it cost me a lot of time, and as you can see, I was trying different things here and there to make sure that this all looks good, and yeah, just kind of delivers the look I wanted to have. We will see this later on in the real-time part. I will go a little bit closer, and you will be able to catch the details a bit better. But for now, let's talk a little bit more about what is happening with the overall project itself. So as I said, it's going to be a mixture out of the wonderful Tree of Life-ish design in the center and a very, very Disney-ish approach. So the idea about the lake is taken from Epcot, and again, for those of you who don't know, Epcot is one of the Disney parks. It is a translation, or basically it's an abbreviation, of Experimental Prototype City of Tomorrow. So the idea was, actually initially, well, it's a little bit of a Disney history lesson, initially this was a project for indeed a real city, like Walt Disney himself imagined a self-sustainable city that is divided into 3 layers actually. So the lowest layer is for delivery and actually the economy, transport and stuff like that. The second layer was for private traffic, like cars and stuff like that. And the top layer, like the one that you can actually see in daylight, which is not in a tunnel, was the transit area for pedestrians. And it was mainly inspired by a circular design, going from a very central focal point. Disney in general was a big fan of having something very, very, very obvious in the center of a certain park, city, whatever you want to call it. And then he would assemble parts of the city around, so some districts for people to buy for shopping and stuff. And then you would also have some living districts and some parks in between, all divided into kind of pizza slice-ish chunks that you would see all across that one. And so this circular approach was unfortunately never realized due to all the death of Walt Disney himself. And yeah, when Disney passed away, years later, the Imagineers took over his idea and converted that into a theme park. And one of the ideas they converted into the Lake of Nations was the idea of the circular design being able to go through different districts, but rather than having districts on its own, the creators of Disney decided to go with different countries of the world. So if you are in Epcot and you go to the Lake of Nations, while you go around that lake, you do visit some very unique languages, I want to say, countries of the world. So you can actually go from Germany just over to Japan. From Japan you visit New Zealand, and from New Zealand you go over to China and stuff like that. And each of those little areas has its own flavor, its own food, its own design and architecture, which is really cool. And this is basically the idea about this lake. So we will have 10 chunks around that lake, which is all coming back from this main street we are just starting over here. And you can go around that lake and visit different countries. So as of now, I won't tell you obviously which kind of countries these are. I do already have a plan in mind. That said, it's not completely set in stone. So in case you have some ideas which kind of countries you would love to see, please let me know in the comments down below what kind of countries you would love to see in architectural styles you will see. There is, of course, one already I'm going to start to do for Wednesday. I really do hope that I will be able to do Wednesday. But yeah, that's going to be the first one. And yeah, just in general, the approach is, again, very Disney-ish. So we are not going to make like super functional and super bare-bone basic zoo-styled habitats. That's not the target. It's really the idea to make sure that we build a zoo that would be the full Disney experience, while not with kind of attractions and rides, but rather with animals. So just talking a little bit more about Animal Kingdom, the safari ride in Animal Kingdom is a little bit of a different story. So the great thing about this is the overall nature and the overall safari experience feels very natural. They created this all in a way that the nature seems to be wider than it actually is, with some tricks how they created the grass patterns, and how they actually, it's really cool to understand how they used bushes and different tones of green to create a bigger depth into the fields, so that these fields and savanna area in the safari ride looks way larger than it actually is. So they play also, force perspective is a big part of Disney in general, the company Disney's approach of doing stuff, and hence, this safari is more or less like a natural experience. I don't want to do it exactly this way. I would love to get it into an approach that Disney hasn't done yet. I want to make a zoo with some architectural styles and some experiences that are going a lot more into the magical and fantasy-ish approach of Disney. So really trying to bring in a full immersion for the people rather than just have a wonderful, nice looking habitat. But still, the challenge will be I want to make sure that these habitats are, in terms of the game and in terms of the animal itself, functioning and realistic. So I'm not going to make like super exotic, non-functional habitats that you would never see in real life. I will try at least to get out the maximum functionality while maintaining the Disney vibe. So it's gonna be quite challenging, and I won't do any promises how quick and how long the series will take. So my main goal is to do each episode one habitat, and then we will have definitely 1 or 2 episodes for the main street itself and 1 or 2 episodes finishing it off. So I think realistically I want to be done at the end of summer, so talking about September, October, before we move into something else. And on the road, I will leave myself some space for potential DLCs. So I will definitely go back to Yosemite during this Summer Lake project, but the focus will shift a little bit, you know. The focus will be a bit more on this new project. And honestly speaking, I really needed that. I wanted to, you know, flex my creative and architectural muscles a bit more, since, to be fair, the other stuff, you know, Yosemite and stuff, the amazing it still got a little bit more repetitive in the architectural style. I'm not even talking about the creative approach on it, or the ideas that go into it. This is still fairly creative, but you know, there is only so much you can do with a theme and a theme set in stone, because Yosemite Valley is Yosemite Valley, and I wanted to keep it to the architectural style that you would find there. And so there's no room for building a crazy, let's say, Indian market or whatever. Okay, it's not gonna be possible. But yeah, in general, I just wanted to give myself the chance to do this, and also hopefully boost your guys' interaction again, because the last couple of weeks experienced a huge plummet in interest into Planet Zoo in general. I'm not talking about my channel, I'm just talking about the general interest of Planet Zoo. I think people are desperately waiting for a DLC, and for some odd reasons it seems there won't be a summer DLC. I wanted to just merge these two things into one word already. So for the future, the dumber is already the summer DLC, okay? So keep that in mind, because that's a very clever new word. No, I'm just kidding. But signs are not that great, because if there was the normal rhythm of Frontier, we would have gotten already information about a potential new DLC, because we are already in July. And if you look back at the history of Frontier, at least this coming Tuesday, there need to be any news, or some news. And if not, I'm quite sure that we might need to wait a little bit longer. But that said, I'm also hoping, I'm really desperately hoping that Frontier takes maybe a bit more time to deliver a very meaningful and great next DLC. Potentially the criticism of some people reached them, and they decided to maybe invest a bit more time into fletching out the next DLC, like a little bit more bigger one, maybe with some more changes, some more interesting new animals, rather than just the same species. Just I don't want to call it reskinned, but in a way just taking the same rigs and same animations and stuff. So that said, I love the South America DLC a lot. I thought it was really great, but I know that a lot of people want something more different and new and unique. So I really do hope that Frontier goes that road and gives us, if it's a bit later, I'm fine with it, as long as it's really getting a new hype wave going and brings people back to this wonderful game. Because again, I'm still a huge fan of that game. I'm just hoping that there will be some new, meaningful, cool stuff, that's it. And this is also the reason why I started this project, to kind of lose myself a little bit and just, get myself a little bit off that stream of DLCs. There is a danger in setting up your content towards these kind of DLCs in general, let alone being on one game solely at the moment, even though I have some other projects, but they're not as big. As you guys may know, there's also City Skylines floating somewhere around my channel. I'll be speaking about that in a next episode, I guess, or in a future episode of hopefully Planet City Skylines, but it's really hard to speak about this and not being completely furious, so I leave that out of this very positive episode today. But yeah, it's kind of dangerous to set yourself up to a DLC a release plan of a company you cannot control yourself. And so this is why I want to free myself here from the urge to have some DLCs and stuff. So yeah, this Summer Lake project hopefully gives you guys some more interest and some more fantasy, some more inspiration for your own builds, and yeah, it just gives you a little bit of a different view on the game, because as I figured, not that many people have been building Disney-ish zoo-style things. I think the one person I want to point out here, maybe with the coolest builds in that kind of sense, is Sylph. So his typical Sylph zoo builds at the beginning were maybe the most Disney-inspired things are like, let's say, Victorian architecture-inspired things he did sometimes, but also his Japanese stuff was very nice and like very theme park-ish inspired in terms of how he set the layout and stuff. And this is kind of the road I wanted to go. This is the void I wanted to fill, because lately I feel like the realistic builds and the modern builds have taken over, which is great because I did it as myself and I love this. But you know, I just wanted to move into that little corner of Victorian architecture, Main Street style for the main theme, and then wave in the different countries as a ground for some very unique architectural experimental things, I want to call them, to just squeeze the most out of this game and the pieces. And you can definitely tell from my time-lapse today, and I'm looking at this the first time, I'm watching this the first time myself now, and you can really tell from my footage today, even though it's sped up a little bit more than usually, that I'm taking a lot more time to find the right pieces, to find the right color. I was really, even though I did some testing up front, even in this final build, I was testing a lot more than usually to really nail that architectural style that I haven't been tackling in over 3 years now, because at the very beginning of my Camel Kingdom, that was the last time I did this. And yeah, I will also go back to Camel Kingdom for a little tour the next coming days, just to give the comparison how much these games differ from each other, because this game, Planet Zoo, has just come such a long way and is just so much better, also in terms of the pieces, than Planet Coaster. But you just kind of forget this because you don't really have that immediate comparison. But now, as I've done this Main Street build, I did have the comparison, and I was completely blown away by how many possibilities I had in this game, even though I was fearing that I'm missing a lot of pieces that I had in Planko, because Planko was meant to deliver pieces that can be used for a Main Street. Well, maybe not in the alphas, where Sylph was using chimneys for basically everything, but that's a different story. But just nevertheless, it's very cool to see how nice you can do it. One thing though, I need to quickly address, and you can see me using a lot of these letter pieces. This is the comma piece, the smaller comma piece from the letters in Planet Zoo, and it looks absolutely fantastic as shingles. There's only one big issue, and I remember that this was already common knowledge, but I completely forgot about that, and I hate myself for this. This piece, unfortunately, has the lowest draw distance in the entire game in terms of pieces. So as soon as you move out a little bit of this build, the roof is disappearing, and that is very unfortunate. And this is also the reason why many people don't use this piece anymore. But I completely forgot about that, and since it's built now, I think I will have to go with it. And the only thing I can do is actually hoping that Frontier will fix this at some point. I think I gotta report this again just to make sure that I save some time. This is just very unfortunate. I mean, I don't know if it's good or not, but the problem is that the draw distance is so low that if you stand at the Tree of Life in the center of the zoo and you look over to the entrance, it already has no roof. And this is, yeah, it's a bit of a problematic thing, to be honest. I'm not sure if I want to tackle this because, as you can figure from the time-lapse, it took ages until I was done. Like, these are good 4.5 hours that went only into this entrance building here. I cut out a lot of stuff even, and yeah. So I'm not sure if I want to invest 4.5 hours again to make some roof that have a better draw distance. You know what I mean? It's kind of pointless. But anyways, and I really hope you guys are too. Let me know in the comments down below what you think about this layout and this architectural style. I am fairly happy with this Victorian-inspired entrance. Like, I'm really happy, to be honest. I haven't been building that for such a long time, and all the people I sent this to in Discord, they were absolutely impressed and let's say surprised by the way I was going, because they didn't expect me doing this. They didn't expect me doing Disney Victorian inspired Main Street style. And you know, I wanted to keep that a secret as long as I could. For those of you who have been in my live stream on Wednesday, they obviously know it already, but since there weren't that many people anyways, it's not like the majority knowing that already. So I really hope that you guys are as surprised as some of the people I showed it up front. Let me know in the comments down below, please, if you were surprised and if this was a theme that you did expect from me. And obviously also let me know if you like it. You know, it's very important for me to know if you guys like it, if you see some potential in it, and what you would love to see. You know, despite or like accept all the different nations, obviously, what would you love to see? Do you have a different idea? Is there anything I was missing? Shall we also do like in Animal Kingdom? There's also this dinosaur ride. I'm not even sure how this is called again, but you do drive through the history of dinosaurs, which I also found very cool as a kid. I'm not even sure if it's even existing anymore. And fun story, one thing I didn't know, I have been to Animal Kingdom in 1998. And for me, as a kid, I was 8 years old, so for me as a kid, it was always meant to be there. But I just lately figured that I was actually... The day I was in Animal Kingdom was only the 3rd day after opening. So actually I was one of the first persons ever to visit Animal Kingdom. And that is incredible. The only downside though, I haven't seen the Matterhorn ride and is it Matterhorn? No, that's another one. What was the Nepal mine train coaster that they have there? I don't know. Oh, it's Everest. It's Expedition Everest. That's the one. Yeah, obviously that wasn't built back then, which is a pity. I would have loved to be on that one too. But yeah, I've been one of the first few thousands people that have been to Animal Kingdom, and honestly, I had some really crazy goosebumps because that day we were there. There was actually a film crew filming, and these kind of scenes were in the Imagineers on Disney Plus. And honestly, I sat here for like 3 hours and going frame by frame to see if I can find myself. I didn't though. If I would have included a screenshot, trust me. But I haven't, so that's unfortunate. But it's knowing that I've been there really gave me some incredible goosebumps, and I was like, oh my god, this is just so ridiculous. But yeah, I remember quite a lot of things, even though I was 8 years old only, but I do remember quite a few things. So I'm still very impressed and very inspired by Disney's Animal Kingdom. I also now dig a little more deep into all the issues they had with some animal rights and stuff, but I'm very happy to see that at the end they do treat the animals right and stuff like that, because at the age of 8, you don't really care about that, you know? You're just impressed by animals and stuff, and you don't really care about if they are held in the right conditions or not. It's, you know, at 8 years, you don't have the capacity in your brain to even think about that. If you do have, you're some kind of a special person, I guess, but I for certain didn't. So yeah, but I don't even, you know, I think it's not really a bad thing. Anyhow, guys, we are ending slowly the time lapse. I've been talking a lot off topic, but I really hope that helped you to understand what the main inspiration for this project is. Let me just quickly tell you that in the real-time part now, you will see a little bit of a progress already. That will be the time-lapse of next episode and some more of it, of course. But yeah, you will definitely get some more infos now in the real-time part about what's happening next. But until then, I do talk to you after the cut. Hello everyone, and konnichiwa to the second episode of Summer Lake. This is Japan. Welcome to Japan. Today we are going to build a Japanese macaque habitat, but this is only the animal that goes in here. Furthermore, inspired by Disney again, we do something way more big than only a macaque habitat. We are building a little Japan, and the idea behind this build is a little Japanese town that is more classical, a bit more historical rather than modern, and is inspired by a lot of these mountain villages that go a little bit more towards the Mount Fuji. And Mount Fuji itself is also a little bit of a topic on today's video. Before we really start talking about what I'm doing, let me just get some service stuff done. So first of all, this episode will be fairly long, and I already did way too much, and I already did cut out more than 50% of the footage, which is just ridiculous. And that means also I will first of all not talk you through the entire episode, so I will only have like halfway through my commentary, maybe even less, but you will get a real-time part at the end. So for those of you who love to skip to the end, you can do this and see the work in progress result, because that's the second thing. We are not going to finish this entire thing today. I would say though it's like 80% done. It's already pretty damn good, and I like it a lot. So most of it is done, but I just need some time to finish it off. It's just some minor things, minor tweaks and stuff like that. So for the final cinematics and tour and just looking at it as a finished status, I just need some time, and the plan is to deliver on the weekend 2 episodes of Summer Lake. I think you guys might be up for it. So it's gonna be Japan B if you want, or Japan 2. I do not consider this as an entire new episode. I won't make a time lapse. I will only show you the finished result. Most of the things is going into making the habitat work, because as of now the area is more or less done, but the habitat itself is not really working because how the climbing works in the game. But yeah, now let's talk about this habitat and what is the inspiration for it and how is the setup. Now you can see that I'm building a little Mount Fuji over here. Now this is just resembling a little bit of a, actually you can basically take every mountain with a snowy peak if you want, but it's just like very subtly inspired by Mount Fuji as something in the distance you can see from, for example, Tokyo. And the idea about this is that in many of the great photos you can find on Google, when you just Google for like landscape Japan, which is kind of the stuff I do before I approach some stuff, you basically always have Mount Fuji in the background. Very small, but even though this is a gigantic mountain, which is the reason why you see it on most of the wonderful images, and therefore I wanted to give this thing the proper place that it deserves, and I wanted to put it exactly in this point here, and this is also why we are starting with it. I really figured that, you know, that way I made sure that this gets a central point over here, and it is kind of a little mini weenie in this area, even though it's not going to be the main weenie over here. But what am I telling you? Guys have seen that from the thumbnail potentially. Now, as for one of the special things of this area, we are going to talk about these hot springs over here. Now, one of these things I wanted to tackle and maybe just kind of raise the bar a little bit of things I haven't done yet. There's one thing I found when I was looking for natural habitats of the Japanese macaque. There's just one thing you cannot ignore, and this is that these animals seem to be bathing all the time. They just seem to be living in these hot springs. No matter where you look, they're just like chilling in these hot springs while in very snowy conditions. And trust me, I've done already some cool testing in here, how it looks when it's snowing. We will look at this on Saturday. Once I've finally done it, you'll get some very beautiful lovely screenshots and cinematics from that, because it's just looking way too good. I couldn't include this in today's episode because I only have them from testing, and the whole thing wasn't set up at this time, and you know, the final result unfortunately does not work yet, mainly for the reasons I already talked about. Yeah, most of it being the climbing mechanism, which is a bit unfortunate, but yeah. Now back to the hot tubs and the hot springs. I kind of fake them, obviously, because the animals, as they work in game, monkeys do not go in water. In fact, they ignore it. In fact, you can even use it as a natural barrier. And I think I just wanted to kind of create a fake water where they go in. So if you've seen that I've used the forage boxes as as location where they go, as destination that is set, and actually because how this thing works and how the VFX work in a game, the cool bit about this is that basically the game, the animals and the keepers don't really see the water effects at all as being there or as water effects. So they use the forage box simply as a forage box. So they go in and kind of throw the food in, and then everyone is going into the bathtubs and having a bath, it looks like, because they're like sitting in there and eating, but with the VFX effects mixed through it, it looks like lovely little macaques having a little yeah, just a little bath. And this is really cool. I think it's one of these things I haven't tested yet, but I think this brings in a kind of a little bit experiential thing again. And yeah, that's hopefully what you guys are here for, and I wanted to make sure that I deliver on that. But yeah, now as we talked about that, let's talk about the next thing, and this is the the weenie, so to say. Yeah, it is a really huge pagoda, even though it's not that huge, to be honest. I made sure that the dimensions on this pagoda are somewhat, you know, somewhat okay-ish and not too crazy. In general, this area was meant to be a bit more realistic in scale, using a bit more forced perspective to make things appear bigger than they really are, and all these kind of little tricks you would see in Disney parks as well, because again, inspired by Disney, so we should definitely try and just leverage also the techniques that Disney has used in their own parks as well. And so, yeah, they use these kind of landmarks to draw people somewhere. And in this case, I used the pagoda to draw them here, because this is also going to be the central viewing platform. And you can actually see a few things from this viewing platform. And I guess it's really cool because it definitely has a good location. You can also see some other cool stuff from this location later on in this project. If everything works accordingly, I think you will be able to see some cool stuff from this position. And yeah, I'm just like really waiting to see how this turns out. But yeah, this pagoda is relatively detailed, I want to say. I was trying to not go too crazy with the pieces already. I ended up going quite crazy with the pieces in this area anyway. So yeah, it's what am I even saying? My name is Rudy Rencamel, and I use way too many pieces. And I'm not even sorry for that, okay? So you can quote me on that. This is how it is. If you ask Frontier, they already know it, and yeah, well, they feel bad. No, they don't feel bad. I guess they feel good, but anyways. One thing I've done at the end of the day, and talking about pieces, yeah, I made a custom roof just for the central element here for the spire, because I wasn't just happy with how it looked. And I think for the perfect look of this pagoda, we needed this kind of rotation in the spire and the size of it, and just in general this kind of spire. And honestly, the bamboo pieces, they are the perfect Asian jingles, and you will basically see me using them through the entire build today. They are my one and only go-to piece. So it's kind of ridiculous though, but yeah, I just love it. And as you can see, just copying it around. And from distance, you don't even notice that this is not the normal in-game roof. This is how good these pieces work together. And I'm just a little bit of a fanboy of these pieces now. But yeah, seeing this time-lapse now also make me realize how much I've done. So guys, again, little disclaimer, I will not be able to do that much for every single country. It's, as always in these projects, you just start doing something, and then at the end you just completely go crazy, and your mind goes like completely nuts with all the new input you have. And honestly though, one of the biggest challenges for me in this Asian area was I was actually taken out of my comfort zone. I've not done that many more or less realistic Asian things. I've done some pagodas and stuff for the franchise mode, but that's not fair. That's just like, you know, you can actually get away with everything just because it's franchise, and you know, you use the fact that it is franchise, you can use as an excuse throughout the entire series. I'm not even, you know, I'm not even feeling bad saying this, because franchise is meant to be focused on the development of your zoo, management wise and size wise, and yeah, having more animals, making sure that they go good and do well in terms of how the game wants you to treat them. So it's not about making the perfect architectural style stick. So I'm not even feeling bad saying that. But yeah, in this way over here, I wanted to do something different. And now, as I said, the main idea was that it's not going to be 10 different areas which are only having one animal in, and that's it, and just one habitat. That would be pretty boring. I want you guys also to be excited for it, because it is about the country itself. It's not only about the animal. We will look for some animals that do fit in. We will do some cool stuff with it. But the main focus is making the country work, make you feel to actually enter this country, and not only because there's an animal from that country, as I said at the beginning. It's just like, you need to be in Japan, okay? So I want you to be in Japan when you enter this area. And I think I even focused more on the overall environment than on the habitat itself, which might also have caused the issues I had at the end. But yeah, you can actually tell that I was trying to really emphasize the Japanese architectural style from, as I said, a bit more classical. Wasn't going too much into the modern Tokyo thing. It just you know, I wanted to make it more classical. These Japanese building with all the you know, wood in it, and these clay tile roofs, and you know, all these kind of things, making this work together and using the pieces to the max, so that you can actually have, really at the first glimpse, you feel like being actually in Japan. And I wanted to make sure that you can really distinguish this from China and other Asian themes that I might have done already in the past. So I think the in-game pieces, they naturally push you a little bit towards the Chinese Asian architecture. If I'm completely right here, at least that's my feeling. So you have to manipulate them in a way that you get this more Japanese style out of it. And to be fair, I haven't been too much of an expert when it comes to these kind of different architectural styles. I can distinguish the Thai architecture, mainly because I've been there already, and I feel fairly comfortable at some point to say what is Chinese. But when it comes to differences to Japan, I needed to actually, just do some research and look at some pictures, and just making sure also that I make the gardens work, because again, Asian gardens are not like Asian gardens, okay? So Japanese gardens are different than Chinese gardens, and Chinese buildings and pagodas are different than Japanese pagodas. And I tried to apply most of the rules that I got from the images and from the research in here. So, for example, the usage of color a little bit different, the usage of how the shaping of the roofs is. It's slightly different for Japan than it is for China. And I also tried to make sure that I use a lot more the kind of I think the one thing I want to compare it with is from Matrix, when they are when they're learning to fight, when Neo is fighting against Morpheus. Morpheus, the first time in the simulation, they are in one of these typical Japanese little buildings. I want to say I'm losing the name. I just had the word in my mind, but just completely lost it again. But this is kind of the main inspiration. And if you guys remember, I don't know if there's anyone. I would love if there's anyone in the comments now who has seen my Matrix coaster of Planet Coaster 4 years ago. Please let me know that you are one of those people who's sticked around for 4 years. I would feel incredibly honored and just like excited to hear from you guys. But when this was the last time I really went into Japanese architectural style by even using this only for the movie and not for making this. So that's actually the last time I did it. But yeah, now only if you guys want to have a new Rudy uses pieces for different style, here you go. We have a topiary bird used as a new piece for a little Japanese or like Asian inspired little bush tree, if you want. I haven't seen that one in game. I even haven't seen Mike doing this tree, so I tried to do it myself. And honestly though, I'm quite happy with this one. If it's not about the 320 pieces per tree, I think it's looking fairly decent. And as I said, I'm just quite happy with how that turned out to be looking. And I think it fit more than all the other topiary pieces we had. And yeah, just overall, I'm quite happy with it. Now, before I leave you guys alone with the music, I wanted to quickly now just talk about the just in general, the habitat itself. Because the habitat, as I said, is, quite difficult. Even though it isn't really that much of a difficult habitat per se, it's difficult because how I set up the area and how I used exactly these things. Okay, that was the perfect timing. Now these walls I built over here, the more or less Japanese wall to kind of have a little natural border, or like architectural border, I should say, towards the next areas that are coming in the future. They were the main issue. Obviously, I used a lot of wooden pieces, and nearly every single piece in the game that is wood is climbable, which, in its core is great for the game, and it kind of creates the incredible freedom we have in the creations. However, we do need this kind of button to make sure that they are not climbable at times, to just decide, because the whole wall is just like one gigantic climbing frame for the macaque. And I I have no idea how to avoid that, because it almost seems like they can jump onto it from every single position. They start to completely glitch through it, and all these kind of issues I have are down to this wall in general, and I need to make sure that I do something about this, which I haven't figured out yet exactly. If you guys have an idea, please let me know in the comments down below, because that would be awesome. I don't really have an idea right now. The only idea I will show you later on in the real-time part is a glass barrier just a few meters in front of it, but it obviously destroys a little bit of the overall look and feel. But yeah. Now guys, before I leave you, I really do hope that you enjoyed it already until this point in time. Please make sure to leave as many comments as you can. Let me know all of your feedback regarding the architectural style. Have you been to Japan, for example, already? And can you tell me some little details you caught up and just that I can use in here? Because again, I'm not done yet and I can just take some feedback. I'm also in talk with Mr. Sylv. He has also been to Japan already, and he's way more of an expert in this kind of stuff than I am. And he's constantly giving me some feedback on that, and I'm really hoping to improve upon his feedback as well. But if you guys have some more feedback, let me know in the comments down below, and let me know what you wish to see for the future of Summer Lake. Until then, I'll leave you alone with the music, and enjoy your day so far. Make sure to stick with me until the real-time part in the end. Have a good time and enjoy. Hello everyone, and here we are back in Japan, episode number 2 actually of Japan, and episode number 3 of Summer Lake. And let's turn around to the finished product of Japan. Let me also unpause the game because we are not at a point where it's needed to pause the game. It's still decent quality. But in fact, if you haven't seen last episode, before we just slowly move into this area, highly recommend to watch the first episode of Japan, where, so to say, there's the speed build and the first kind of stuff you can see. But today we are looking at the finished product, and I also grabbed some Japanese music, you know, from the background. So please stick around. We have a lovely little tour here. We're also gonna check out some different weather because there is some special stuff in here I want to highlight a little bit. But yeah, I made the habitat functioning. I will talk you through what has happened, and in fact I thought I will do a little bit, but in fact I did just double the work, I guess, and just made so much new stuff. You can see already there are a lot more fences and stuff going on here, so it's actually framed nicely, and we are just entering little Japan as we go through here. So we have this kind of double circle little entrance gate that frames the whole scene. So if we go in here, you can really see this is like how you get in. Look at the view. Look at the view over here. And to the right hand side, you can see this is a little pathway leading to the restaurant area. This time though, we're going to take the other route. We just will come back here later. But for the moment being, we just take the left hand side, sticking to this area and having a glimpse of this wonderful lighting here. And in this lighting, you can actually also see the mist coming from the little ponds. I want to call them ponds, they're actually hot springs, where the macaques go and take a bath, and they're actually taking a bath because I used the trick to, for those of you who were wondering how this works, now these are forage boxes. You can actually see them using them quite nicely. So whenever the keeper comes in and refills the forage boxes, as the animals are, you know, just quite often doing in this game, they will all storm there and sit down. And actually it even looks like if they're washing themselves, because in fact the animation of the forage box is that they're just kind of, you know, searching stuff inside the box, and which, you know, it's kind of the core element of the forage box, but it looks like they're kind of washing themselves with hot water, so it's actually looking pretty dope. And yeah, what you cannot see really, but I can tell you, the wall in the backside just completely changed in the elevation, so I needed to raise that. And you can also see a little glimpse of, well, a floating, jumping macaque there. But there's also like a little glass border over here, which is needed to keep them away from these elements. There's one running over Mount Fuji here, and the same goes for the back here. But you actually, in some different lighting, you don't really notice. But this lighting is a little bit unforgiving for the glass, to be honest. Otherwise, it's a bit more transparent, and you don't really see that. And to the left-hand side, you can see I used the same trick over here to keep them away from the fences, because what actually happens if you do have something too close to these fences, the animals do ignore any kind of border. So it doesn't matter if I put, as some of you have suggested, to put like a little ditch down here. This doesn't work because for whatever reason, the animals kind of see this climbable area over here, and once they see this and they seem to be close enough to it, they just basically beam there, and then they can escape. So you really do need to have like a significant distance in between, like 2-3 in-game meters. You definitely do have to give this distance in between, otherwise they will even ignore the glass barrier and they're just gonna run through. You can really tell how the animals use this habitat nicely over here. I'm still wondering if this is someone sitting in here. Oh yeah, there is actually. Look at that, this one. It's just taking a lovely bath over here. Now it's standing up. Oh my god, I didn't even notice. But look at that. I mean, just like the lighting. Oh, that looks so cool. Like with these guys in the water. And also a little trick I haven't been talking about, but there's also hidden sprinklers hidden in there. The reason for that is, and there's also another sprinkler down there as well, so that the animals actually get wet when they go into, because one of these side effects is, because these are forage boxes and only effects, the animals would not get wet because there's no actual water involved. But the sprinkler does make them wet, and actually the radius of the effect is quite nice. So you know, I've just hidden that in here, so as soon as the animals are in the forage box, they get sprinkled by the sprinkler and they appear to be wet. So that's really the one gorgeous thing. But yeah, man, look at that. I just love it. Look at the keeper. He's kind of getting a glimpse from over there. I would love actually if they take this as well to judge what's going on in the habitat itself. I think that would be cool as well. But yeah, you can also take some things already out of here. You can see there is some more foliage. There's hanging some lanterns in here. So I made it a lot more active and vibrant and vivid in here. So let's just move on. I did change a few little bits here about this wall. I changed the elevation of it slightly. I put some more foliage here and there, and changed a few things according to comments. I also adjusted some of the placement of some lanterns. I actually looked at nighttime lighting. I put some, you know, just some random rocks here and there, some ground foliage, nothing major, but just to change the theme. I put some windows here and there, and yeah, the first major change comes into play in this area. Look at that. The restaurant now is fully done. There's a lot more going on here. We've got some stuff standing around, some more lanterns. I put a lot more scenery in, a lot more foliage. I kind of put a lot more stuff here and there, just some, you know, some lights hanging down. In the back you have some little elements in front of that wall. We have a bigger window here, and just all over we have a lot more going on. I made this little slight reddish thing down here. It's like almost like a little step, and I colored this red to get a bit of a contrast in, I guess, is what I want to call it. And then you also have like a lot of these different plants that came in. I finished this planter. I made this little gravel area where we have these stepping stones to go over, as you can see over here. So then you have this big tree, our tree of life, glimpsing over, but still you feel like fully immersed in Japan. Also this wall over here helps to sell this immersion. Surely there is an open space in between, because I didn't want to completely lock it off, or lock it out. I mean, I just keep these sidelines because I think they deserve to be kept in here. And now we just can use this little pathway to be coming back. But you can really tell now this is how you are actually in the middle of Japan, and I really hope that the music is selling this as well. It just it translate this music, this feeling across, and really hope that at some point we can import our own music into the game again, like in Planet Coaster, so we can actually have our own stuff. That would be huge. But yeah, so just look at that. I mean, I added a whole bunch of stuff, you know. I changed some of the things here. I've hidden some pieces in. I did all the ground stuff, so it looks a bit more, I don't know, I want to call it dirty, but it's like a typical Japanese alley you're climbing up here. A lot of pots here and there, just some lanterns. I changed some of the elements here so that the wall patterns don't look the same. We have some stuff hanging on the walls, some more windows. And yeah, also one of the biggest complaints some people had is this area over here. And oh, I see that it's not the latest version. This is unfortunate. There are some little tweaks I made. I will eventually make a cut. I will make a cut here, and I'll be back with you after the cut so I can show you these little bits I've done at the end. But yeah, just give me that little second. There we go, we are back after the cut, and oops, I gotta play again. So you can really tell there's someone going into that door. Many people complained about this area over here being a little bit unrealistic because it was too close to the pathway, the entrance of the exhibit, so you always have this kind of little double gate where there's just a little bit of a area in between so that there is no guests coming in here. And so yeah, I made this little connection gate over here where the keepers can go in. And you're not directly in. Let me just quickly show you. You can see there's some kind of traffic over here. This is not fully designed, but there's a little bit of a you know, just kind of a little gap in between, so it's not directly connected. And this is almost like a bit more backstage area. To the right hand side, this building here is in fact the backstage area. I'm just gonna quickly go in here, but you can definitely tell it's not like oh my lord. Okay, so we're on the roof. Okay, sorry for the you know, the other cut here, but I cannot really go in because it's scenery and they just bugged me onto the roof, which we don't know. But there's just in fact just some facilities in there. It's nothing crazy, but what you can see, a lot has changed here as well. I did redo the entire foliage, even though it doesn't look that way. I changed not that much, but I added some trees in, and I put some lanterns in the trees, some very carefully placed ones, as well as this one in the backstage here, so you can really tell also a bit more foliage around the corners and stuff. So just like cleaned up everything a little bit to make sure it all looks and feels a bit better. In this area, not that much changed, honestly. It almost looks different because of the lighting right now. Oh god, it looks freaking gorgeous with the lighting. I'm just a little bit I think a bit too fanboy of my own stuff here, maybe, but perhaps. But I'm just still very surprised how it all worked out here. And if we just look at that, look at the glimpse you get inside the habitat with all the animals in. Oh, I did not unpause the game. There you go. You can really tell how they're taking the bath there. And yeah, if we use this this stuff over here, like this viewing platform, I can really get you a better view of what I've done also in the background here. So you can really tell there are some other climbing frames in here hidden in a way, so you can really tell the animals have some more privacy area. And this is exactly what I did, and this is something you do see in real life zoos as well, how they keep the animals away from the actual dangerous area where they would be able to escape. So this in fact is only scenery, and this would be kind of a backstage access they have here as well. I put some bamboo in between to make sure that this area looks a bit more finished and a bit more overgrown. You can really tell that this is the gap that you were expecting to be there when you want to make sure that they cannot get here. So yeah, this is the way how I kept the animals away from escaping, and there was no other way of doing that. But yeah, so I think it doesn't really change too much in here, which is not a big deal. But yeah, if we just go around the corner here, you can really tell that this is a nice little sky view that we get of the animals taking the bath and just using the oval habitat. And the cool bit, as you can tell here, is the glass wall in the back. It doesn't really pop into your eyes. In fact, you even start to you even start to ignore it by the time you come into the right lighting, and it almost looks like this fence and nothing else, which I still think is a good thing here. And let me just get rid of this person so that there is a lot more cleaner view for you guys while we are just getting our way back here. Just go a bit quicker. And now, yeah, for the way back, I'm going to change the weather for us because we need some rain pouring down, and also change the time of day. So first of all, let's get to rain, and we just change it to a later stage of the day. You can see the sun is starting to go down, and we're just gonna keep it around this time of day first. It's gonna wait until the effects kicking in. You can really tell already what is happening, but this game just looks so gorgeous, and this fits to this area so well that I just wanted to show it to you. Now you can really see how the lighting is now kicking in, and just look at the reflections and everything. It's just working so super well, also with the slight reddish tones in the background. I mean, just look at that. Just you know, get the immersion, get the feeling. Hopefully I can get the feeling across here with the help of the music and now with the lighting. Yeah, we also have this no entry sign here I made. It's this time is my own sign. I used some other pieces to make it. Yeah, I just wanted to try to make it some kind of Japanese sign-ish, and I even was about to do this sign, which means no entry in Japanese. But you know, since this is a European-led or maybe like an American-led Disney-ish park, they still have it in English, and I kind of kept it the way it is. But yeah, you can really tell now how this starts to change in its visual appearance now. We have a lot more colors in, and it's starting to diverse a bit more from the previously more brownish one towards an overall more colorful appeal. As you turn around here, we've got some reddish tones in more, a lot more red. I used a lot more red, as you can see also for this roof up here, this window. I kept it fairly reddish. It doesn't really pop into your eye at daytime so much, but with the help of the light in it and some, you know, different views, you can really see how it's popping up to the moon on top here. And yeah, now let's turn over here to this wonderful area we have here, and you can really tell the lighting really does help sell the idea of the little... Actually, I was also... Sorry, my bad, last time I was doing the mistake. This is kind of a... I think it's called the sushi belt rather than band. That was the German in me giving you the false explanation, but that is the sushi belt, that where the sushi is delivered. And yeah, this is kind of the seating area. Look at the water down here just pouring down. And yeah, just overall this is how it looks. And then yeah, let's just continue our way through here. I'll just take that route around here. Loving the lighting effects here, but it just in the rain, it just looks so good. Like we just have another glimpse into that alley. Look at that. Just that glimpse through here. Oh man, I don't know. I just love that. I just love that view, just peeking inside the Japan area. Just look at that. It just kind of all came together at the end, which I'm still super excited and super happy about. And also thank you again to Mr. Sylph. He just gave me some feedback in between, also reinforcing me and kind of engaging me to use more foliage, to be more brave with the foliage, make it more overgrown, not too tidy, not too neat. And so yeah, that's what I did. I can really tell now this is why I carefully placed these lanterns here and there. It's just starting to look so much better once you add some lighting. Also, I put some different spots here to light also our cherry blossom tree. And one thing I did on purpose, I left the left hand side of the habitat area of planters and also the habitat itself fairly dark, without any lighting indeed, because these are no nocturnal animals whatsoever, so they need their rest, and I want to make sure that their area is not super lit, that it's just like they should have nighttime indeed, where they can have a little time. And can you really tell it's raining, so they're all sitting inside. And yeah, then we have to look to the pagoda. And one last thing we are wanting to do is turn it to snow and go back to a late day lighting. And we're just waiting until it's turning into snow, because honestly this looks again super beautiful. Like I just cannot describe how much of a relief and how much satisfaction that is once you've put so much time and effort into this build, and then at the end it all starts to come together. Let's just look at how the snow is slowly building up. I love just the weather effects in this game. It just looks so stellar. This is like kind of the German snow situation, just half wet snow, nothing even covered fully. And now it's getting more like the snow situation that I love. But yeah, so I just wanted to wait for this weather quickly to show you one different spot, and therefore we're just gonna break into the habitat. It's gonna take this route here through the elephant grass and then just all over here to show you that bit here. Look at that. This is the little area where you... Whoops, I'm behind that glass now. Unfortunately, there's no one in the bath right now, but I'm still a huge fan of this vista. It's so cool, and when these animals sit in here and they just enjoy their little foraging going on, it just looks so cool. And I think if we just wait a second, there's no one in these bathtubs right now. That's a bit unfortunate, because that looks actually pretty cool. There's also no one coming to bring the food in here, because as soon as the food is delivered, they just all, as I said, storm here. But I'm just mainly so happy with how believable the VFX make this water. So yeah, I think this is the biggest part of it. What I'm so happy about is that it really does turn into a believable little hot spring, rather than just being a whole mess of effects. So yeah, guys, I'm just looking for a final spot to keep my camera before we end this. I think this is the spot to be here. You know, let's leave it here. I'm just gonna drag my mouse down here. Anyways, I really hope you guys enjoyed today's episode of the summer lake in the winter now with the snow coming down. But yeah, I just hope you enjoyed today's final reveal of the finished Japan area. Welcome back everyone to Summer Lake on this wonderful Saturday, and you hear it already from the music. Today we are traveling from Japan right into the hot desert nights of Egypt. Yeah, so Egypt is the next country on our Summer Lake journey, and in today's video you will be seeing how I tackle the country of Egypt. I gotta say though, this is going to be in direct comparison to Japan a whole bunch more pragmatic and a little bit smaller and a little bit more focused on one element, but you're gonna see this. And also I'm not going to talk you through the entire video, because it's gonna be fairly long. We will have the real-time part at the end. This time I'm not gonna split that into two videos. This time it's gonna be only this video, so you will see, as always, the timestamps down below in the video, so you can then just jump from one to the other in case you like the you like the time lapse without my weird talking. That's fine, then you can just skip forward and see it. Well, actually, you could also mute me if that's the thing you like. You can just mute and put on your own music. That's also a possibility. Or you can just, skip forward to the real-time part, which is at the end of the video. Well, not certainly at the end, but at the later stage of this video. Now, Egypt is also one of these areas I wanted to tackle for such a long time. Like, honestly, it's one of these countries that I've never been to, unfortunately, but I definitely want to at some point, because I'm really interested into the history, into what's going on with the pyramids and with the whole culture of the ancient Egypt, and it's just in general something I desperately want to visit at some point. But again, at some point it's also quite hard to choose the countries I'm going to travel, or we are going to travel, I have to say. I'm always like thinking about me and my wife now. Well, I did also in the past though, so don't get me wrong, but it's just like it has to suit both of us. And Egypt unfortunately wasn't really on our list in the past, because we wanted to see some other destinations first, and that's already one of the questions I wanted to ask you guys. So what is the one country you most want to visit one day you haven't been to? So what is your favorite #1 target in the world you want to go to? This is really, I'm so curious to understand and know how you guys want to, or where you guys want to go. So please let me know. For me personally, we somewhat fulfilled this with Hawaii 2 years ago, but it's I think the next really desperate thing I want to do is somewhat Japan, to be honest, and that's also, this is also kind of part of the reason why I started with Japan. I desperately want to go to Japan at one day, just to see this country, the culture, the architecture, and everything like that. So yeah, I'm really into that. But let me know what you guys think about this, and what which country it is for you. Let's talk a little bit more about the idea of this entire area. So I will again talk you a little bit more through the layout at the end when we are really in the file. But for me personally, the star of the show should be the pyramid this time. So this is what you're looking at. This is what drags you into this area. And in comparison to Japan, which is a lot more the overall story that is told to you during this area is really a lot more focused on the animals in here. So we do have quite a lot more animals in here in comparison to Japan, where there only was the macaque monkey. We do have the Bactrian camel in here. In fact, it's the wrong one, unfortunately. We would need to have the dromedaries, for example, or like the African camel, or I think, how is it called exactly? I think it's just the camel. that lives in Africa. So we do have the Indian specimen of the camels, which is the Bactrian camel, but this is the closest I can get. But you know, this is what I want to do. On the other side, we have the Nile monitor, and the props go back to my community in the live streams on this other platform, where they really wanted to make sure that we have a Nile monitor in, because that's definitely one of these things that fits the best to this area. Like I really think this is the best thing you can do once you want, you know, check to have exactly these animals that fit to Egypt, and the Nile monitor makes a lot of sense since it's actually very local to this country. Now, talking about that, I am also building something else which is local, I want to say, but really is one of the things that you definitely see and is part of the Egyptian culture and history. And this is the Sphinx. How do you call that? Like, you know, if my German pronunciation would be weird. It's definitely the Sphinx, and I'm working on the feet right now. Not because I've got a fetish or whatever, a passion about feet. No, who on earth would have a let's forget about that, okay? Let's not talk about that one. That was weird. But I just ended up doing this at the beginning just to make sure that I have a sense of the size of this thing, because we are still talking theme park vibe, and this means we can also vary the sizes of certain things we are doing. So I'm really curious to see how you guys like this one, because it is a bit smaller, and the face at the end will be... Oh my god, the face of it will be very funny. I tried my best. I really tried my very best, but I didn't really succeed that much, to be honest. Also, another part of it is I wanted to make sure that this is going to be the shelter for the camels. I can already say that I needed to change this a little bit, because as always in this game, it's mostly for the animals about their hitbox and their traversable area, and I just couldn't get this into a size that is somewhat believable. I should have had an opening between the legs that is way too big in terms of any dimensions. So no, it's not, you know, it would have not worked. So at the end I closed it off again, making sure it looks like a statue and like the Sphinx, and that's basically what it was. I wanted to make sure that this works, but yeah. So the idea, again, coming back to what I was talking about earlier, the idea about this overall thing was having those two main habitat animals with the camel and the Nile monitor, and then inside the pyramid, actually in the thumb, or in the, how's it called again? The grave chamber, we do have some more of the oh god, my English is completely broken right now. It's fairly late. I'm gonna record this super late because I still had all these issues of Premiere. I'm gonna say sorry for that right now, because I'm just like completely mind bamboozled right now. The whole day, the week was very stressful, and I couldn't do anything for YouTube the whole week because I was fixing the Premiere Pro issues, which I'm quite sure they're still not 100% fixed. Like, I can render most of the videos, but every now and then I do have a lot of issues, and it drives me nuts, because the one thing that you have as someone who's doing YouTube, you have to rely on the technology. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about this right now. If you want to hear more about the story, I'm gonna talk about this in a few more minutes. Sorry for that, but just need to plug that in here. So the one thing about this is, mostly my process is recording in the evening, then I am cutting and preparing the Premiere profile, and then actually when I've done that, I'm opening the game and I just play a little bit. I'm just going to record a bit more of gameplay, I do some building, I do some other stuff, whatever I feel like in the evening. And just shortly before I go to bed, I set up my computer to start rendering and automatically upload this file to YouTube. So there's a setting in Premiere Pro that you can checkbox, and then you connect your YouTube channel. You can already also set some thumbnails and stuff, and it's going to be uploaded to my YouTube channel. And then I have a little batch file that connects as soon as the video is uploaded. It fires a little a little command to my computer, and then it shuts down it automatically. So unfortunately, Premiere doesn't have the same function that it says, okay, it's uploaded and now I'm going to shut down the computer. My old program, Magix Movie Maker, had this function, which was pretty cool, to be honest. This one hasn't, but with the little batch file, it does work pretty well. So normally, the next day when I come back from work, I can just, start up the computer, and normally the video is already uploaded, and I can just check the local file if everything worked, and if everything worked, I'm just going to move the local file to my backup drive, and it's done. That's my normal process of doing it, so I can focus on my normal job the whole day, and I don't need to worry about anything. The video mostly is up, and when I have got some time in my lunch break, for example, I can always check my YouTube channel if it's uploaded, and I can already check some stuff about the description or whatnot, and just have a look if the thumbnail is fine and stuff like that, and also set the schedule for the upload in the evening. That is how it normally works. But as soon as you run into so many issues as I had lately, you completely lose the trust into this one. And there is nothing more frustrating when you set it up as always, you come back home expecting the file to be uploaded, and you're happy because whenever I put a video on live on YouTube and on public, I'm excited. Like, I'm really happy. I'm waiting for the reactions of you guys. I'm really excited to see what you guys think. I'm really waiting for your comments, and I'm just in general like a little kid going into like a shop with a lot of sweets and stuff in there, and just like a candy shop, and I'm just waiting for the sweets to taste them and stuff. That's the feeling. Like I want to interact. I love this. And when you enter your room and start up the computer in this kind of expectation set, in this kind of mindset, and then you find out that the file didn't render correctly and the video is not ready for today, and your whole mindset needs to change in this second because you cannot do what you wanted to do. That is such a bad feeling, and I hated that. And I had this way too often in the last couple of weeks, and I haven't had these kind of issues for literally like over a year. Premiere 2019 worked like a charm. I had no issues, and if I had some issues, it was solely on myself, me doing some kind of mistakes. Totally fine. But I don't know, I really do hate it when I have no control over it, and I haven't restored my full trust into the rendering right now. So I'm very curious to see if this video is going to be rendered tomorrow in time. So if you find this video on Saturday, it will have worked. If this will be released on Sunday, it won't have worked. So this is again one of these things and days. Anyways, let's talk a little bit before I leave you alone with the music. Let's talk a little bit more about the animals in here. So I was stopping at the point where I lost the words for the exhibit animals, which is actually the word I was looking for the whole time. So in this chamber over here, I'm working on the whole time, which in fact also the time lapse might be a tad bit too quick, to be honest. So I'm sorry for those people who cannot enjoy this insanely quick time lapse. But again, I already cut out again a lot of footage and still wanted to make sure it's one video and not unbearably long, I should say. This is the reason why it is that quick though. But yeah, we have some of the we have the giant scorpion in here, for example, and we have some snakes in here. I tried to make sure that these animals that we have in here are also local to Egypt, which in fact, if my Googling was right, they are. So we will have a look at them in the real-time part, because that is what you want to do. And you need to do in order to make sure to see if I was right or not, right? So I will stop when we're talking, even though I have to say I just slowly come back into the move. And no, I don't. I just forget about it. I wanted to say groove. Oh my god, what a stressful week. Guys, I'll leave you alone now with the music. I hope you enjoyed it so far, even though my commentary was completely all over the place today. I excuse for that in advance. Oh god. Never mind. I see you at the other side of the cut, which is not really a cut, but at the end of the time lapse, we will find each other together again, walking through Egypt. Until then, enjoy the last 10-ish minutes of the time lapse, and see you there. Hello. Welcome everyone, and thank you for tuning in to the next episode of the wonderful summer lake. And today with Nepal, yeah, we are going to build a Shangri-La inspired little Nepalesian, I guess it's the wording, area here in Summer Lake. And yeah, we are here to make a Disney inspired park. So that said, we are not really limiting ourselves by any budget. We are just assuming that there is endless budget available. And that said, I finally could realize something I wanted to do for such a long time. Now, I'm going to explain a little bit quickly what is going on here. So this Nepal-inspired habitat area will feature two different animals. It will feature the Himalayan brown bear, and it will also feature the red panda. Both animals are local to Nepal, and so I decided to take those two on. And the idea about this experience, it's all about a really great experience. Now, we are in a more or less like flat zoo in somewhere in Europe, you know, in a very temperate area, and we need to make sure that this is working with a lot of different techniques in order to make it appear different than it actually is. And I'm going to talk about this a bit more in today's episode, and especially in the real-time part. I won't be here for the whole commentary. That's just way too long, and I spent again way too long building that. I almost wanted to say sorry, but I think you guys will hopefully appreciate it. I'm going that far to say that in overall, I think that's my best build in Planet Zoo so far, because of many things. But you can already see I'm spamming a lot of mist effects down here, and that's one of the greatest tricks that Disney parks use, or in general theme parks use. This way you kind of create some it's almost like a fake height effect, you know. I wanted to make sure that you feel like entering this area, you feel like being in the Himalayan mountains, you know, quite up, high up in like the 7,000 meters up high in the Himalayan mountains. And the idea about this is to really make sure that you guys enter a different world, somewhat like we did at the beginning with Japan, but this time I wanted to make sure it's a bit more of an experience, you know, that you don't really go up or down, but all of a sudden you are feeling like you're super high up in the air. And with this like fog effect, and what I did is I made kind of the lower part is colored in basically the same tint as what the mist creates, and then the mist above it kind of creates this depth feeling. You look down, you cannot really tell if it's the ground or if it's just super deep, you know. In reality though, you would even put like something like a huge image down there, or even like a projection, and then it looks like as if it's going deep into the ground. In this case I can't do it because we don't have any billboards, so it would be very cool to do it with billboards, to be honest, because then you can actually take a photo of Google Maps or whatnot, and then just kind of, you know, make like a fake mountain height kind of texture. That would be super huge, but it just didn't work out the way. But yeah, you can see I'm working a whole bunch also here with the rock work, and there's a little trick I'm using. Now this little platform in the center is also slightly lower than the sides here. It almost appears the same height, but it's not. And the idea is to use forced perspective to make the mountains in the back also appear higher than they are, and to make this little village in the middle here appear lower than it is, so that you kind of get a bit of a feeling of being really within the mountains, rather than just being somewhere in a theme park or in a zoo, you know what I mean? And yeah, I think it's just a very cool thing to have in here, and it really showcases in a very nice way what you can do with different forced perspective effects. And yeah, I took a whole bunch of inspiration from Disney Seas. They do the same with the volcano over there. They use a lot of mist effects and also forced perspective to make this volcano appear bigger than it actually is. And they use also the mist effects above the sea water and different water levels to make sure that this also appears a bit different from perspective than it actually is. So there's quite a lot of stuff going on there. And yeah, I'm just a huge fan of these kind of things, and I'm just trying to incorporate all of those in here. And fortunately though, I gotta say, it works surprisingly well in this zoo, and I'm really stoked to show this, because I think this really showcases what you can achieve in this game when you just utilize some of the creative techniques that, you know, very clever people have already developed over years, and yeah, they still hold true because they're just absolutely genius, and that's also why. I was struggling a little bit with this building over here. This is going to be somewhat like a typical Nepalese temple build. Like, one thing I definitely didn't want to do, I know that there are some Nepalese builds and habitats already on the workshop, and they mostly use this very obvious temple build from Nepal. I think it's basically the first thing that comes to your Google page whenever you type in Nepal temple, Nepal mountains, whatever. You have this this temple, I forgot the name of, but it's very common, it's very obvious, and I just didn't want to do this. I wanted to make something else. I wanted to make something that is appearing like maybe even like a lost little village, very high up in the mountains. So one of the last villages before you really go up to the peak of the mountain. I wanted to incorporate a whole bunch of different textures and stuff, and it appeared that the Arctic pack really worked wonders. The reason why I'm using most of these pieces is also grounded in the fact that this is going to be, and I'm so proud to say that it worked like a charm, this whole little floating island in the middle is going to be actually the red panda habitat. And believe me or not, it works exactly the way I wanted it. It just, they move freely around there, they can climb above your heads and stuff, but yeah, they can just not escape, because I managed to build it in a way with different materials that are not climbable. That was actually a challenge to make sure that this works, but it's very cool. I used a lot of these Arctic pieces that are not climbable, and I think it was Haribo, I guess, who mentioned that to me, that those pieces mostly are not climbable, and it turned out to be true. So I used most of them to make sure that these animals will not be able to escape and just bug through all of it. But yeah, it was a whole bunch of struggle, and I cut out again like half of my building stuff I cut out, even though I left some struggle in because people asked for it lately, and so that way, and I think this is also the reason why I'm still keeping that. Okay, anyways, we are now a few minutes into this episode, and I basically explained most of what is going on, and you can definitely tell already which direction we are going to take. By the way, I searched for some Himalayan and Nepalese music. I hope you guys appreciate that. Like, you know, in general, I'm trying to make this series as enjoyable as possible. I would love to hear from you guys in the comments down below if you find this as enjoyable as I'm hoping it is to you. Like, do you like the fact that we have fitting music, or do you not really care about this? So are you saying like, well, you could have just used Planet Zoo music, fine, I don't know. Just let me know in the comments down below, because this is something, some very valuable feedback. Also, in case you haven't noticed that yet, but I also took your feedback about the thumbnails seriously, and I changed some of my icons on the thumbnails, so in order to make sure it's a bit more obvious what video is going to be what, you know. There is now a video about an icon about Summer Lake. There is an icon for my franchise mode, which has just restarted. So in order, if you guys haven't seen my old franchise series, it's ended, and now we have got a new one, which is basically a city zoo on hard mode, which is a whole bunch of fun. I didn't really believe it is, but it's super fun to do. It's a lot of fun, and I gotta say, it really fills my day the best way possible, doing this when I don't have that much time to build like a super crazy build like that one. I just jump in and play like an hour of franchise. That is super cool, and now having this new zoo helps me really doing that. And yeah, I just wanted to know if you guys like the thumbnails, if you have noticed that, and in case you have anything else in order to improve this, please let me know. And do you think they are just very obvious to catch that this is my video? Then just let me know. On that note, I just wanted to briefly talk about one topic, and I think, for those people who are just into this video to this point, or who skipped just here, just stick with me for a second. I just, again, caught you skipping, okay? I just needed to talk about a little bit about the membership. So lately, I've talked about that quite a few times at the end of the videos, but I just wanted to take, some more minutes now to talk about that. So membership on YouTube is a brilliant thing for us creators, to be honest. Like, it doesn't matter if you do it for a hobby or for a living. The membership is very great because it doesn't matter how much you're gonna do, you know. If you take a small amount or a big amount, the pledges, I keep them fairly similar because I don't want, you know, to kind of create a tier system too much of it. I just don't like that. But the positive thing about this is with the income from membership fees, it helps us creators to plan a little bit easier ahead because the income and the money is a bit more stable, you know. And, you know, surely I'm not doing this for a living. That's my hobby. But I would need to improve my rig, for example, very soon because my RAM is totally shitty, to be honest. Like it's quality-wise it's shitty, and the amount of RAM I have is shitty too. And so my whole system is very capable, but the RAM is actually becoming more and more the bottleneck in this scenario. And since I want to deliver high-quality content to you guys, and especially, for example, I'm the only one who potentially could do some very nice walkthrough through Quali Zoo still, the RAM is really partly the problem why I cannot do this too much. And yeah, I really want to upgrade that soon, but you know, that said, with all the stuff going on, money is tight, you know. If it's not for the channel, I cannot, you know. I always told you guys, I don't know who of you knows it or not, but you know, I always have the agreement with my wife that whatever I do with YouTube has to be paid by YouTube. So it's, you know, whatever we earn is not going to be used for YouTube. That's a simple rule, simply to kind of, you know, disconnect things a little bit. It's also easier for the taxes, to be honest, but just that's a simple rule, and I'm gonna stick to it because there's just this little bit of a variable in there that you kind of start to go into a deep dark hole, you know, as soon as you start to invest more than you earn out of this, because that's not my main job, okay? That's not what pays our bills. And therefore I'm just encouraging you, if you want to help me out and you want to become a member, just only do it, please, if you can afford that, okay? So this is, for me personally, very important. I do also pledge some people, to be honest. Like, I'm also not member, but I do sub to some people on Twitch because I just like their content, and I want to help and support them. And it's totally fine, but I can afford that, okay? I'm fine with it. So in case you can, I'm more than happy to welcome you. You get some cool emotes, you can use some cool smileys, you get this wonderful little emote in front of your name when you're commenting, which, by the way, I'm going to redo a little bit to make them even more cool. So this kind of stuff, I just wanted to get that off my chest, so you don't get a wrong feeling about this, or, you know, just a wrong image of what I'm trying to say here. So it is always a great help for the channel. The more people become a member, the more stuff I can do in that direction. I can also think about maybe member-only streams at some point, just as a little, but, you know, very seldom, to be honest, because again, I want to keep it fairly equal to all of you, because I'm really not that kind of person who believes that exclusive content in the long run is a good thing on a platform like YouTube. It might change if I would do this full-time at any point in time, but since I'm not doing that right now, I don't want to create a tier system, you know, amongst my community. That's just not a goal I have, not at all. And so I hope you guys really understand what I'm trying to aim at. I just want to get this off my chest, as I said, and in case you have some questions to it, don't hesitate to reach out to me in my Discord channel. I'm more than happy to answer your questions. But now let's talk a little bit about more this village before I leave you alone with the music. We are nearly halfway through the time lapse, and you can see that I took a lot of time and effort building these two houses over here, are like temple builds. So the left-hand house, the first one I built, is more like a classical one, but more modern one, something that you would technically see there quite often. And this is more like inspired by some of these ruins you see quite high up in the Himalayan and Nepalesian area. And to be honest, like, there is one wall in a Planet Coaster which would be so fitting. It's kind of a sandstone-ish wall with some very broken stones slapped together. That looks awesome. We really don't have that in the game, and so I just took so long until I found something that I felt looks good enough, because these are kind of like Buddhist temples, and they have kind of a meaning to it. There are also some kind of hieroglyphs on it, and I wanted to kind of make something in that way. But there were just so many things I wasn't too happy with. But at the end of the day, this turned out to be looking somewhat exactly the way I wanted it to be looking. I'm going to show you in the real-time part, though. But yeah. Now, again, I really hope you guys enjoy this so far. I will keep the rest of information to the real-time part, and in case you want to see that one, there is a timestamp as always available for you. You can just skip it in case you want. But for now, that's me done with the commentary for the time lapse. It's just way too long to talk you through. I would repeat myself now, and we don't want that, okay? So yeah, enjoy the rest, enjoy the music. I'm gonna tune that up a little bit for you now, and yeah, I really hope that you guys enjoyed it so far, and make sure to stick with me, and we are going to see each other in like 10 minutes in real-time part. Until then, enjoy. Hey there and welcome back to Summer Lake today with the Everglades as our project. Now, this is not really a country, I know, but the country will be the United States, obviously. And yeah, I think this might be a little bit surprising to most of you because we've had a little bit of a different approach in the first three countries I did. So the first three countries have been the wonderful Japan. We went then to Egypt and we made our way then over Nepal back into this area right now, which is the Everglades. And here's the thing why I chose to do the Everglades. I had this in my mind from the very beginning. As I said, I had some countries already in my mind. Not all of them are set yet, but I had some in my mind. I'm exchanging some at the times, and then, you know, I'm kind of thinking about stuff I want to do. And now, actually, space-wise, we are coming into a little bit of a problematic situation right now because, honestly, there is not that much space left in the zoo. We are already halfway around the circle of the area of the lake, and I wanted to make sure that, you know, something is really coherent about this, and this is that every single country has its own story and offers something completely different. And by completely different, I really mean something that is unique to the area itself. Now, we had Japan, which was really focused on the hot springs and Mount Fuji and the gardens, so that kind of a whole little village, if you will, which even could be like a party location in the end, if you want to talk about. We had Egypt, which was all about the, you know, the pyramid, which you could go in, and there is, you know, all this kind of stuff hidden in there. Then we obviously had Nepal, which is the incredible mountain space, which is a very intricate and very immersive area that you can go into and just experience. And you know, the one thing that was missing completely in the zoo so far is a totally open area, and this is going to be what you're seeing right now. So we are building a very open Everglade boat tour. Now, that said, I'm really having some serious issues over here. Now, this is created purely for the aesthetics. You will see in today's real-time part, you will see a few minor things that are problematic in here, and this is the one thing we are starting with right now. I had the cool idea to use again the rotated, what was it again? I think it's the common reed, which are rotated to the backside, and then it kind of looks cool, like some murky dry grass in the water. Well, actually, it's not dry grass; it's kind of brown grass. It's definitely not dry while it's in water. But God, this is ridiculous. That was some dry grass in water. That makes no sense. No, but actually some murky brown grass that is in the water, and you would see like actually in the Everglades. And I used this because I remembered that most of the animals can actually traverse that pretty easily, and it's like not the elephant grass, which is acting like a potentially like the craziest barrier in the game. But no, unfortunately, the alligators, or like the saltwater crocodiles, which we are using as alligators, unfortunately can't really pass these things. So I will need to change a whole bunch of stuff before. Did I just whatever? No, my English is broken again. But no, we're actually using this a lot here, but I will have to change it so that actually the saltwater crocodiles can swim a bit better. Like the females can already do it at the end of this episode, but the males unfortunately cannot, which yeah, is a bit of a pity. But anyhow, also let me just quickly talk about the time-lapse itself a little bit. Now, it's a bit shorter than in the last couple of episodes. That's not because I did less. Well, in fact, I did some of it in the live stream, and I wanted to use this as a very selfish plug here again. In case you guys are interested into some live streams, I am doing regular live streams on Tuesday evenings, mostly at the moment, on that other platform. And I would love to grow this a lot more because it's always fun to have a lot of you guys in the chat. Now, in case you're not following over there, I highly recommend to jump over. In case you're not, you don't have any idea what I'm talking about, you will find the link to my live stream platform in the description down below. The reason why I'm not saying the name is that, well, it is rumored that YouTube is downvoting the videos where you tell this. Also, technically, it's kind of forbidden to advertise another channel, even though it's not like completely forbidden. But it's, you know, YouTube doesn't really like if you do the advertisement right out of here, so to send people over. But you know, since I'm not live right now, it's just a general info. God, what's my English? Just pronunciation-wise, totally weird today. Anyways, so in case you want to catch me live at some point, make sure to go to the link down below. If you don't have an account there, you can create one pretty simply for just watching. There's also great content out there as well, and you can just, you know, follow me over there and you get a notification whenever I am live, which again is mostly Tuesdays at the moment, around 7, 8-ish Central European summertime at the moment. Oh god, it's so hot outside, it's definitely summertime. Anyways. So that was just my little selfish plug over here, and we've built most of this here in the live stream actually. So most what you're seeing in here is live stream stuff. However, I forgot unfortunately to record a pretty big part of it. Like I don't know, I think like an hour or so I completely forgot to record, and also many of the tweaks I did this time without actually recording it because there was so much stuff that was really annoying to do, and so much stuff I changed. So for example, the sign you're watching right now, me building, is I think the third, or even no, it actually was the fourth iteration of the sign. I tried some different ones, I wasn't too happy with it. I tried some with Ryzen fonts, which looked a lot better, but then I just ended up using a different font here now for the moment because of the size. That's kind of the only thing I did. Now the rest is pretty much now the final design I'm really happy with. It looks fairly simple and it went very quick, but you know, if you've tried already some kind of designs, you know potentially which pieces to use and what you definitely want to use and whatnot. And yeah, so here goes. This is why we are using this in-game font, which I still don't know why Frontier didn't fix most of it. There's quite some stuff about the font, especially the kind of way how the font is displayed in the game and why it is so fuzzy at the edges. So it's kind of very pixelated at the edges. I still don't really know why. I would love to see that a bit more clean, a bit more sharp. That would be awesome to just make sure that you can use the in-game text a little bit better, because you know, I do love Ryzen's fonts a lot. Like honestly, I love them, but they're like incredibly piece heavy and sometimes even destroying the performance quite a bit when you use them too crazily in one area. So yeah, I wanted to avoid that as much as I can over here and maybe use that somewhere else, because I have some stuff in my mind where potentially I will need to use a whole bunch of pieces in the future, and well, I don't want to destroy all of that quite yet. Now let me talk a little bit about this open area over here. Now I did a little bit of research, guys. I went to Google Maps and I went to the Everglades. I did some Google Street Views. I did a little tour. I did like a little virtual boat tour. I did some kind of virtual, you know, rides with a car down the roads there into the Everglades. Because again, when I've been there, I was at the age of 8 years. So that's quite a while ago. And I don't really remember that well. So I did a bit of research how it looks there. And I wanted to try some kind of building styles that would fit this area. And I ended up going with the very common and standard, you know, Floridian American building style. I guess, I don't know, you can't even tell this, like, call this Floridian. It's almost like, it's like the American beach, hot area, summer area building style with this kind of, you know, using loads of wooden pillars, like classical. It kind of takes in some of the Victorian style, but just a little bit, and the rest is kind of American, just purely American building style, I guess. Like very boring and very standard, but sometimes there lies a particular beauty in it, and this is what we are doing right here. We're using that as the boat station, and there will be an even more barebone and basic building as the ticket building and some food and drink stalls at the very beginning, which is close to what is imagined to be a parking lot. So what I've found is that most of these tours and most of these areas they don't really have that much. There's just like a parking lot and the tickets and kind of some storage buildings and a whole bunch of backstage, I guess. Like, I don't want to call it backstage. It's almost like, you know, utility area, I want to say, where you would jump onto the boats, and well, that is basically about it. There's not much around there. I haven't found like I did found 2 or 3 like harbor areas which really fit. I do remember that there's one area I was really interested in doing, but then again, we don't really have the stuff in here. And this is kind of a manatee rescue station, which I loved a lot, and they had kind of a very clever way of having like a hydraulic kind of system where I can put the manatees on and then flood it and then just kind of make sure that the trainer or like the keeper is sitting next to it and kind of cure it, and then you fill in the water. It's kind of a little bit of a hydraulic system. I love this kind of little tank, and it was like a whole bunch of different research stations down there, which I loved. I'm not sure in which area exactly that was of the Everglades, but I think it was more like the northeastern part, if I'm not completely wrong. And they had these stations there, which I found very interesting, but I think they didn't really fit the idea here too well. So yeah, as you can see, by the way, we are using some kind of little detailing here, and honestly, I think it works. I think it doesn't really need more than that. The simplicity of the building is really what makes it look so generic, I guess, and so easy, but at the same time very fitting for this theme park zoo-ish approach here. And yeah, here you can see the other building I was just talking about. It's going to be even more bare bone, and we are not going to talk too much about it, what is going on with these buildings in the future, because I will put some more details in, making sure that they all look finished and whatnot. But you know, this is just, as I said, the little parking lot idea over here. We get some patches of plaster, or as you know, as I imagined, like some asphalt here, and then just doing some curbs and some beams and whatever, you know, just making sure that this looks somewhat more finished. And one of the biggest struggles I still have, and I saw someone posting very cool rebuilds of some concept art of Planet Zoo these days, and there's one thing I kind of recognized right away, which I remembered that I was super hyped about it in these concept arts, but it never actually appeared to be realized in the game. And if there's one thing I really dislike about these shops that you can see right there, these shops are like 4 meters tall and 4 meters wide and 4 meters in depth. It's like it's a 4 by 4 by 4 meter block, which is insane, okay? And like a building is not like 4 meters tall, especially not these kind of very flat classic buildings. They are going to maybe 3 meters 20, if you know, if at all. But like, if you want to go 4 meters, that might be the highest point of the spire at, you know, at most, I guess. Not that much more to have there. And so it's really always a little bit of a struggle to make these buildings appear somewhat smaller than they really are. So you have to work with a very clever positioning of the shops and of the roof, and just making the perspective work for your favor, because otherwise, you know, you can't get them any smaller. But yeah. So we're getting into the last phases of the time lapse already, so let me just kind of make the segue into the real-time part. I really hope you guys enjoyed this time lapse so far. I know it is completely different from what we've done last time, so let me know in the comments down below what you think of this Everglade idea. And if you've got something very iconic which I missed out on, let me know in the comments down below. I would wish to put something else in. If you have some kind of valid stuff that needs to go in here. Remember, we don't really have that many animals that we could use here. In fact, I think we don't have any suitable animal. We have to work around ourselves a little bit with the saltwater crocodile, maybe with some flamingos and stuff like that. So yeah, in case you have some ideas, let me know. But until then, enjoy the real-time part now, guys, and have a good time. Alright everyone, here we are in the real-time part, and as promised, we are looking at the Everglades National Park tour, as you can see over here with this little sign and the buildings here. So this is, you know, completely different from what we've seen last time. It's not as intricate, it's quite open, it's, you know, just very very much focused on the experience here. And honestly though, it's also very simple, and I really want to make sure that, you know, I do some tweaks and little bits here and there, but this will be for the week episode. But this is yeah, how it turned out. So you have this viewing platform over here. You can really have a wonderful look into the Everglades. And actually, I'm not sure if we will be able to spot one of the alligators. Well, actually, these are the saltwater crocodiles. We do have some issues though, because well, they have a pretty ridiculous hitbox when it comes to the plants. So yeah, they are mostly not able to swim anywhere, so they're mostly on the land sides, and then, you know, they just have to go in. But maybe if we are lucky, we will be able to catch some of those once we go into the boats tour and have a little look. Okay, but anyways, let's go a little bit back here. So yeah, this is the entrance area, and I looked a little bit on to Google Maps and, you know, just try to make sure that this is as bare bone as possible, because that's what I found on Google Maps. You know, you have some shops, some stores, some pretty simple buildings, and then once you go in there, you sometimes have these kind of little recreation areas in there, you know, where people can take a picnic. You have some backstage, nothing really fancy, you know. I just wanted to make sure that we do have a complete difference in terms of what happened this time in comparison to the Nepal episode, or Nepal, we had last time. But yeah, if you go here, you can really tell that to the left hand side there's like a little danger sign here to not go into this area, and then on the right hand side we would have the queue to go into the boats tour. And you know what, I think we just do this right now. Let's jump onto the boat. Alright, here we are sitting in the boat, and I have no idea, I just, you know, I did not really ride this once, so we will have a look now if we can catch anything on this tour, because honestly this is how it should be. I do need to change a few things here with the animals, and then yeah, I will hopefully be able to fit another you know, just a pair of animals in here, so to say. No, actually I want to put like a whole lot of animals in here, but this is also partly the beauty of such a tour. You need to just spot the animals, but you know, I promise for the next episode I will be showing you the final result. This time I need to tease you a little bit, just because it does require a little bit of testing before we can do so. But you can really tell it is going somewhere, you know. I think it just kind of is cool. I wanted to put some flamingos in here as well, even though I know it would not be super realistic game-wise to have them in, I guess, because they are, together with the saltwater crocodiles, not doing too well in one habitat, but you know. Now this is one of my favorite parts. You guys asked for doing this, like you know, going through a little tunnel of mangroves, and this is what it is. And oh, look at that! This is where you spot all the alligators. Look at this on the right hand side there. They are chilling. There are some more in the grass here. Is there actually one in the water? No, it's having its mouth open. That looked actually fairly cool, to be honest. This looked somewhat like I was hoping that it is looking, you know, just having this little tour. The tour is also kind of quick, to be honest, so maybe making this a little bit slower might give us a chance to spot some more animals as well. We just have to keep our eyes open. If we can find another animal, you know, somewhere to the right, to the left, you know, somewhere, if we can find it. Not really, there's no one moving around right now, but we can have another look to the left now, because I remember that some of those love to chill on this middle island. I also didn't have too many enrichment pieces here. Oh, there's another one. You can spot it just behind that grass. But you know, I just wanted to keep it a little bit more realistic by just, you know, driving past there. Let's see if we can spot it. There you go. You can just barely spot it through the grass. But yeah, we're moving already back into the station, and I definitely have to lower the speed. There was just another one in the grass down there. It's so cool. We will just have a little flyover and show you the whole stuff now, how it looks from above. So yeah, this is how the Everglades look from above, and yeah, even though it is pretty much screenshot material and looks kind of cool, to be honest. Also, if you have a look from over here, you can you know, let's just wait until the boat is going into the tour, because it kind of suits this view even more if we are just waiting for it to go in there. You know, this is where you would have the actual tour vibes, and you just here getting some tickets here on the left hand side, and then just go for the boat tour. But you know, if we just move up, this is the whole area where the animals can move around. You can see most of them are chilling over here. That's kind of cool now that they're in the water. As I said, the traversable area is not too well because these turned around leaves that kind of make this murky effect and stuff, they act like a little bit of a natural barrier, which is not too cool. I mean, sure, they cannot break out, but it's still very unfortunate. There you can see the other ones. Like I might just add a lot more females because they can traverse a lot better through this area than the male ones. So just keeping some of the male ones in here for the experience in the back. And sometimes you see them actually in the Everglades also chilling quite in some large groups in these areas. I remember just not really well. I've been 8 years old when I did a tour in the Everglades, so it is, 22 years ago, which is quite a while. But yeah, that looks cool. Look at that. You have the boat just going by the wonderful crocodile. Let me just stop this and see if we can. Yeah, it still looks kind of cool if I just move the camera this way. we have this little spot here. That's kind of decent. If we do it that way, yeah, you have some of those. I don't really like that they are bugging into each other to the left hand side there, but oh my lord, the boat is quick. The boat is super quick. Anyways, guys, this is already a little show case in the real-time part of it, because honestly there's not much to show. And again, this is what I already talked about in the time-lapse. This was partly the idea to just have this very open area that kind of reflects the US Florida inspired habitat here in our Summer Lake Zoo. And as you can see, it is filling up the zoo quite nicely. So we only have like 2-ish areas left, including the main street, which will feature maybe some kind of little surprises, but nothing too major. And honestly, also looking from over here, the whole thing looks already pretty damn cool. If we just go in and you have this big tree in the middle, nothing is really destroying the view too much. You can't really tell where is what and stuff. You have some things peeking through, like Japan, Egypt. You cannot really tell if that is, Nepal or not, whatnot, and you can't really tell what that is. So this is kind of cool, and we do something other cool stuff to the left here. And yeah, we are about to be done with this a little bit sooner than I thought, planned, whatever you want to say, but just making sure that this fits in my schedule. And yeah, I really hope you guys enjoyed. If you did enjoy, let me just move back to the area here. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Summer Lake. Welcome back to another episode of this wonderful Disney-inspired project. Yeah, we are back after 2 weeks of a break where Yosemite Valley just kicked in. And honestly speaking, before we jump too much into the building already, here's the little hint that yes, indeed, there is already kind of a little merging going on back to the old new schedule, I should say, where Yosemite Valley has been the main attraction, so to say, on that channel, accompanied by some other stuff like the movie habitats and stuff like that. So this will come back towards the autumn and fall season this year, and Summer Lake will be moved towards an end, which you will actually hear more about in the real-time part at the end of this video. So yes, there will be indeed a real-time part again, and this will be also, just to mention, only halfway done. So you've seen from the thumbnail, there is already quite significant building done at the end of today's video. However, the habitat itself is not going to be done because it just was too much time that went already in this again. Like, when I was preparing the video, I was like, can you really do this? Can you really split this into 2 videos? And I just decided to, and then I looked into the data and I was like, oh my god, this is already 4 hours went into one episode. And surely, there is one thing I just want to tackle while you see some very hopefully relaxing terraforming in the back for this little hill on which we will put a little German castle. I'm going to talk about that a bit more once we're doing the actual castle build, but I really have to make sure that I be a bit more, that I am a bit more efficient when it comes to my stuff now, because I don't know, I just tend to put so much effort into one single episode, which I hope translates into the quality of the videos as well. But at some point it's really hard to bring you guys like 2 episodes a week with this amount of time going into, because again, I just kind of need to remember myself always that this is not my main job. This is just my hobby, and you know, I've got so many other duties in my life that sometimes I feel like I want to finish that because I'm so much into it, but it would also be a bit more easy for me to sometimes just reduce not the amount of effort that goes into one build, but then just reduce the amount of videos. Hence, I think that, you know, I don't want to do this, but maybe I have to find like a little bit of a, let's say, sweet spot in which I can find a bit of a better combination of real-time stuff and then crazy builds like that. Because again, crazy 4 hours gone into that one, and still I feel bad that I don't release the fully built one, but still there's like good 2 or 3 hours that need to be taken you know, into this project before I can actually safely say that this is to a level of detail that I like it to be and actually be like a good habitat. But now let's talk about the basic idea about Germany. We haven't talked about that this is going to be Germany today, but the reason why I chose Germany is I had a huge struggle to think about a Central European country, and I was thinking about France, to be honest. I was thinking a lot about Italy. My biggest issue was that I really had a struggle to find a suitable animal, and then there was this news coming up on my mobile phone a few days ago, where there was like a huge report about wolves coming back to Germany. And that was for me like the little kick where I was like, hey, that could work out just well, combining the wolf and the bear. And I've talked about that already in the past, but I think just, you know, in relation to the news now and what is going on in Germany with this animal related stuff, I think that's a kind of a cool little combination here. And the other thing is, I also wanted to explore some German architecture again for me, because sometimes I feel like I know more about architecture of different countries than I know about Germany. And, you know, surely I do know a bit about German architecture in general, but there was just this little bit of a feeling that I wanted to move back to the German kind of architectural style to learn a bit more about this and just make sure how to do it. And so this build over here is kind of a little experiment, and I think I just kind of hit a spot here where it works. Like, I'm not entirely sure now. I will have to put some more details on to be entirely happy, I guess. But the basic notion of this building is to combine some certain German building styles. So we don't really have only Bavarian style going into this, even though we are just building on an onion roof, which drove me absolutely incredible crazy because I totally did the wrong shape first. I left this in just for the reference because I wanted to talk about this, and you guys should, if you do onion roofs, there are different types of onion roofs. Onion roofs is not a German thing. Onion roofs are used quite often in architecture in general, but especially also in Indian and Eastern cultures, you will find these roofs, and obviously also Oriental architecture. And this, unfortunately, I don't know why, maybe it went back to my time in my Arabian stuff I did, but it just kind of was too much Arabian styled first. You will see that in a bit once I'm starting to copy that around. You will see that this is the first iteration of the dome, and it just kind of the onion roof, and it just kind of didn't work because, and that is the little different thing here, the onion roofs that you see in Bavaria most often, they are not like perfectly roundish, while the Oriental ones are mostly perfectly roundish, or even like a little bit bubbly wobbly, I want to say. Like, they're not like a perfect circle, but they're just like, they're having like almost like a little stomach kind of thing just moving out. But these roofs you see in Bavaria, they actually have a little bit of a 4 or 6 edge-ish shape to it. So it's kind of, is it quattro, sextet, octa, whatever? No, I mean octa is 8, but I just don't know how the wording for it is. But you can see that I'm trying to merge that stuff into a bit more of a slimmer shape here that kind of has these little bits of little streams in the middle, you know, that they kind of connect to each other, but then there is this like kind of little seam that goes there, and this seam is basically where the form is connecting a bit more straight rather than being roundish at this point. And this is something you have to keep in mind when you see these onion roofs, for example, in Bavaria, but also in Austria. They are also pretty familiar with this type of architecture. So I was kind of trying to find a sweet spot here, and at the end I found a way where I think it looks good, even though there is still some stuff I would love to improve, but maybe I'm going to improve that in a future build, because as of now I did a lot of mistakes building this little dome spire. I don't know, it's not as clean as it could be. I mean, at the end of the day, it looks good, and I'm quite happy with what it is, because we're still in a zoo game, and I think it fulfills the little idea about this little castle here. Disney-ish inspired zoo, but still has the budget to kind of accomplish that, but it still only looks decent when you look from a distance, and you go a bit closer. There are some mistakes about this build, I gotta have to say that, but I think it's rather important to nail the look first, and then at the end I can go into the details and figure out if I can improve some stuff about this. But because again, there might have been some more ways of doing that a little bit more seamless and nice, but you know, I am, to put it to a rest here, I am quite happy with how it turned out in the end, the version I have over here, and it just works. So moving on, I wanted to create some more generic wall pieces that we have over here that are not directly connected to Bavarian style, but just in general some kind of German architectural wall design, like kind of medieval wall designs that you have, like with these little kind of stones on top of it, and then just having like a bit of a watchtower here on this side, like nothing in particular, also using all this white stone. I mean, surely, you know, if you visit these kind of things nowadays, they are obviously all weathered and more brown than you know, this kind of color, but it's, you know, it's kind of always the little funny bit about this, because also stuff like copper, for example, you always reference copper with this greenish color now when you look, for example, also at Paris. I think Paris is always a great example, of Vienna. Those two cities are the perfect example for having those turquoise-ish roofs, which is so reminiscent of copper, and also the copper piece we have in the classical set in here is also pretty much really looking at these very, I don't know, it's like 17th, 18th century builds, architectural style. And I love the fact that I recently had a VR experience which showed, for example, Paris or some other European cities to the time where all the great architecture was built, so 16th, 17th, 18th century, and I was a bit confused, and the same was also happening with Anno 1800, to be honest, at the first glance, because obviously the copper roofs, when they were new, are just like shiny, this kind of shiny brownish copper color, and only the erosion, is it erosion or corrosion, I don't know, when the weather and stuff is kind of yeah, having an effect on these copper roofs, there's kind of a chemical thing happening, and then it creates this greenish color, which we all know over decades, because after a while this looks like that. But if the buildings are new and shiny, they don't have this turquoise-ish color tint from the get-go. They definitely have something else in there first, which I always find very interesting, because I'm so used to this. But you know, thinking about that, at a time it has been looking completely different, because how much this is a change you only notice when you see how different that is, once you see it in kind of the original copper color. Anyways, that was just like a little excursion here into my little VR experiment I had there. And then there was a little bit of a cut here because I lost some footage due to a crash, but that was not on Planet Zoo. I think something happened in the background of my computer. I think it was kind of a combination of my hard drive running full and some other stuff I did in the background, and just kind of everything just froze. So unfortunately I left a little bit, but the good thing about this is I lost the first iteration of that spire roof here, which was pretty shitty, to be honest, and so the second version is kind of working a little better than the first one was. There was a huge mistake in there, and just kind of using these metal anchor pieces here as a little kind of a shingle piece, which looks great from from a close-up, but it looks absolutely awful from the distance because, well, you don't see it because, again, this is one of the smaller pieces and therefore also has a pretty nitty LOD. For those of you who don't know what that is, the level of detail. That means the further you zoom away, the less detailed a piece becomes, simply because that saves performance. And mostly it's not a big deal because you can't figure out that many details from a distance anyways. But this piece in particular is almost a very simple piece already, so it is already the, let's say, lowest LOD anyways when you zoom in, because it basically only has 8 vertices. Let me just count for 6 faces and just some edges, I guess. But no, it's 2, 4, 8 edges, no 8 on both sides, so that is like 12 edges. So it's actually already pretty much a low LOD from the get-go, and that means zooming out you reach the maximum LOD pretty quickly, and that also kind of is the thing, I guess, why those pieces from a distance quite easily are already not displayed, or just they are not displayed anymore from a distance, because pretty early on the last LOD kicks in before it completely vanishes. And yeah, that's kind of a little pity here, and mostly happening with those small pieces that don't really use many vertices and geometry information, I guess that's what I want to say. But yeah, so now we are getting already into the last little detail bits here, putting some stuff in to finish up this idea about this building, but I will talk you through this a bit more in the real-time part. It's definitely not done, there's some stuff still to be done about this, but I think you can really see well now how the different architectural styles start to blend into each other. I have put this church tower with a very classical, very steep spire in the middle here as like the castle main building, I guess, and then I'm just kind of building a little bit of a more central core build here where there is the pathway leading through, which then leads you to a balcony. I haven't done yet, and it won't be done at the end of the episode, but that will be something for the next episode, because the balcony is one of the most important focal points here. And yes, to make people go up here, we will also have like a little merchandise shop that is also fully embedded in this building. So there's quite a bit of stuff up here, so that makes the people actually go there once the animals are in. And also just making sure that this all is coherent to the park idea. Like it's not like it's not like sometimes I try to build a zoo that has been created out of a certain area, which, some zoos are created in old royal gardens, some zoos are created in old castles, whatnot. But this zoo in particular is inspired by Disney, and Disney would build everything from ground up again, and is not at all already been there. It's all definitely completely artificial and man-made, and so it just is kind of a little funny idea to incorporate some local influences from the countries that you want to display. And in this specific case, it's Germany, and you would specifically display this kind of architectural style and also making that into a somewhat castle-ish setting. And that is what I did over here with this little courtyard in the middle, and then having all these building pieces around. Nothing really, spectacular. It's just, I mean, down to the core of what it is, and this is what I wanted to achieve with this build. Not to go over the top. I mean, I could have done like a cathedral or whatnot with 6,000 pieces. Whoever got that joke, I love you. For those of you who don't know the 66k joke, make sure to ask me in the comments, and then maybe someone else or me will answer this. But a cathedral will always and is always going to have 66,000 pieces, okay? So that's the truth, and it will always be that way. Anyways, guys, we are getting towards the end of the time-lapse, and I really hope you appreciated it so far. Now I will give it to my real-time self, talking you through some of the aspects of this habitat, and also giving you some more generic info. But do let me know in the comments down below how you like today's building, and let me also know what are your plans for this weekend, and also let me know one specific thing. And have you been planning to go on holidays this year? Has it worked out, or was it stopped by this weird situation? And just in general, because I was planning on doing some holidays soon, and I'm just like very unsure. Anyhows, guys, have a good time with my real-time part, me, and yeah, just have a good time with them. Bye. Hey everyone, and welcome back to the next episode of Summer Lake. Today with Germany 2 of 2, and this is making actually the habitat for the grizzly bear and the amazing wolf, or the timber wolf I should say. And this is in particular very exciting because when we will get the new update 1.3 alongside the DLC next week, or actually coming Tuesday, this means this will be pretty exciting because then our wolves should have a wonderful different kind of skin pattern, and the grizzlies should have potentially a little bit of variation too. Maybe not too much because there's not that much variation in real life, but in general this is super exciting. And this actually prior very not boring but very generic habitat now becomes a lot more exciting because I will be able next week to showcase this a little bit more in real time with the different skin variants, which I will do, and this is why I'm preparing this here right now. Also, that means you guys won't get a real-time overview today, because I think it's kind of pointless to show it in the old version right now while it's just a few days until the new version is there. Now, that said, we will still have a kind of cool episode today because it's all about landscape and foliage. And honestly though, this was one of the more relaxing streams we had lately. I really did enjoy the way how it all went because we were just, placing down some rocks and stuff and having had a good chat about the new DLC. And this is again me reminding you guys. So if you want to, whoops, I just hit over my bottle of water here. It's still okay. It didn't make anything wet here. But if you guys want to catch me live, please make sure to check the link in the description. There is the link to my live stream channel, and you can please leave a follow there as well, because then you will be notified whenever I'm live. Lately, there have been a lot of people watching, which was really cool and gave me a lot of possibility to get into real-time interaction with you guys, which I really do admire. It's super cool. I love it, and yeah, it's just very amazing. By the way, if you guys are wondering why there is always a little red kind of circle around the mouse cursor which is not available, I basically misclicked a little button on my recording software. So whenever I do the overview videos of the DLCs or whatnot, I'm mostly having this little highlight button so you guys can see where I click in an image to show you where I see some stuff hidden. And in particular, this video was where I was pointing out that the grass looks very crazy on one of the fur variant screenshots, and in fact I was right. This was already some kind of foliage from the upcoming Australia pack they have sneakily hidden in there, but I forgot to just redo it and I clicked the wrong button, and so you don't see the cursor, but in fact you are actually having this little red thing so you can see where I am clicking all the time, which is very funny to see now here in sped up version. But yeah, this is just me being stupid, so please excuse me, that is just my mistake. But yeah, just in case you're wondering, here you can see bringing these wolves in, and also the grizzly bears. You can see obviously there's a whole bunch of problems here we have, but they were just in to make sure that I give them already a tiny bit of room to move, so I can actually tell how this looks. But yeah, we actually finished off this area here with a little pond, making sure that this looks kind of cool, where the staff members are going into the backstage area, and I think it's just looking really cool, to be honest. I'm very happy with how the habitat so far turned out in this entire area. I mean, you have now in this lake, the summer lake, we have a lot of cool different areas in here, and I really think it became better than I think I ever expected at the beginning. However, obviously we will have less areas than I thought, so I will end this after the Australia pack. I'm very sorry guys, but there is no point in me continuing that. I have so many projects right now, and there's just no chance for me to go on with that. I will do say though that I will carry on that idea into some more one-off habitats. So in case you haven't followed Yosemite, Yosemite is also moving to a point where there is not that much to do. Like I will start a season number 4, but this will be mainly to bring in the Australia animals somehow, not all of them, but some. And then the park is also almost full, so there is not that big of a chance to continue much more. Koali Zoo will potentially come back, so that means also I have some stuff to do there as well. And talking of which, I will then also move to a more, let's say, infrequent series upload. That means I won't be having a let's say every Saturday Yosemite or stuff video, not for the moment, but it will carry on for a few more weeks, so don't worry about this. I will then go to a bit more one-off areas. I will say that I want to get a bit more creative. I have something really awesome prepared for you guys. I am working on that for like over 4 months now, and this is something with Planet Zoo, but it's not like related to the game directly. It's something completely different. I found something that I wanted to do for such a long time in any kind of game, and I just found that Planet Zoo is the right game to do it. I've shown this to a few people. They are completely blown away. They are completely amazed. They've never thought that this would be possible in a game like that. But I just wanted to do something like this for such a long time. I even wanted to do this with Planet Coaster. I started preparing something actually in Planet Coaster. Maybe at some point I will show it to you guys. But I definitely found it a bit more suiting and doable in Planet Zoo. And yeah, I'm very excited to showcase this to you. It might come in the next 2 weeks if I'm now in my holidays finally able to finish it off. I mean, I have so many ideas in my mind, and so some things never see the light of day, but this in particular is something I have redone a million times to really make it look exactly the way I want it to have. Its editing work is insane. So in case I'm releasing an episode on that, it will be a thing that potentially is there every 2 or 3 months maybe, because the editing work is just beyond crazy. I think I'm editing on this video in particular already for like over 60 hours now, which is just to figure out the right template. The second episode won't take 60 hours again because the template is done, but just setting up the template is just freaking ridiculous. But yeah. And anyways, it's just a little bit of teasing here while you can see that I'm doing a little bit of the habitat here, just getting in a bit more nice looking kind of fence here that is meant to be the little the little separation between the actual habitat and the natural area. Again, I wanted to make sure that this all looks as natural as possible. I kind of had the idea for such a long time that this must be natural, because I think, making this too much staged is kind of weird, and we are still in a somewhat European located zoo. Even though it's Disney-led, this can still be pretty much a kind of more natural area here. And while the Japanese macaques and, Asia has to be changed a little bit, and, Egypt has to be changed a little bit because it's not like down to this area here, and the Everglades in particular as well, you have to heat up the water and stuff. This area in particular can be the way it is and be more natural. So kind of, take that straight out of nature. And I wanted to make sure that this kind of atmosphere and feeling is carried into the video and into the build. And you will see that I later on will try to hide away the actual barriers as much as I can. I think I succeeded in doing that quite nicely with actually what we're doing right now. I was kind of creating a little blueprint here of foliage getting together, which can be used as a natural border. So the way of placement here of the foliage is maybe a little bit weird to you in the first glance, but the major thing about this is I wanted to make sure that the animals can't go through. So I was placing a whole bunch of different trees so that it makes sense, but still looks kind of cool and still looks, exciting enough to be carried forward. You will see that I have a certain technique now to use this kind of nicely. So what I do is I create one blueprint. I will copy this over quite a lot of times, and then I will start to, just delete some pieces here and there, alter the height, alter the pieces in there, and just making sure that this looks not too repetitive. So you can see now I'm jumping in and just kind of deleting some stuff. I will put in some new stuff, and just to make sure that this kind of doesn't look too weird. I mean, like if you look onto a forest, quite often the forest does look quite repetitive in the first glance. Of course, not every kind of single tree is exactly the same, so the natural area looks always a bit different. So you can see this is a very easy way of doing it. By the way, this is also how procedural kind of stuff looks in games and stuff. You always have the same patterns repeating themselves but mix into each other in a different kind of way. This is how this works to make it look somewhat realistic but still not using too many different stuff, because modeling every single thing on your own is just freaking insane. Well, you can see this is now what I'm doing is kind of bringing in the boundary a little bit further into the forest to make sure it looks a bit more natural, and then just combining those two. And then I was starting to delete some little things in here to make sure that they can actually go through to the back. You can see I just made them 2 narrow pathways in here in order to them go in here. You can see we had some issues with some trees, providing them an extra little help to escape the habitat, and I was trying to figure out a way how to basically avoid that they do not escape. You can see it's quite hard to find, but eventually I found all the different spots that were needed to be changed in order to make sure that they cannot escape. But yeah, now we are moving forward slowly to my favorite part of today's video, and this is a very, very, very detailed little rock that is basically part of this habitat for a specific reason. And I wanted to have something really to focus on in terms of your look, and you will see in a bit that I will start doing this rock. First of all, finishing off some stuff here with the nature, which again is one of the most important things to make it look very natural and awesome, and just kind of not too repetitive. And if you see that I'm moving my camera around to show stuff, it's mainly because you know, in the live stream I'm always there to explain some stuff. So in case you guys have some questions, I'm always there to answer. And sometimes it's in the recording, I forget to cut this out because it's just a few seconds, and if it's sped up that much, it doesn't really make too much sense to cut this all out. But just here to mention that in case you have some questions, I'm also more than likely to answer them. But now we get to this very favorite thing I said. So I was creating a little moss stone here, but then just kind of let my creativity run wild and make sure that this looks like really cool indeed. And you can see that I was starting to really play around with all the assets we have, just moving rocks into each other, using some foliage peeking through here and there, just making sure that this all looks very foresty, you know, very overgrown, having some fern here and there, you know, some bracken, and just kind of using these things here to get some of these moss flowers in without using this potentially very weird greenish moss piece. It doesn't really go together too well with the South America moss piece, but it still looks kind of cool. But you can see I was really trying to make this look super dense and overgrown, and just, you know, just like something that you would find in a forest. And there you can see I'm using that as a blueprint over here, and using those 2 stones, making sure that this kind of makes sense. I was trying to get this done as a little particular climbing rig for the grizzly bears, but I didn't really succeed in making them move there. So at the end I just left it the way it is. I just made this log fall over here and just, you know, I don't know, I just left it the way it is. But they couldn't go up. You will see in a bit. I'm trying here, but they just don't move up, which is a bit of a pity. I would have loved to see them climb there, but yeah, you know, it can also be just an element of style. I think I'm fine with that. And then obviously, yeah, using this rock here and there, just making sure you have a lot of foliage going on, and making sure that this all looks somewhat believable and realistic. You see, I'm kind of trying to make this tree kind of grow through the stone. I mean, usually it's not possible, but in fact, I was just wondering, maybe there's like a hole in the stone. Sometimes you see this in a forest, and yeah, just using all the different tools available to make this all look good. And I think it really looks partially very nice, and then I've got still a lot of open fields, which I will hope to use a bit more grass. But anyways, that's it for today. I really hope you guys enjoyed it. Make sure to tune in for the next one, and now have a wonderful day. Goodbye, everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome to yet another episode of Planet Zoo. Welcome to this lovely Sunday, and today with one of the craziest episodes in the last couple of months. Reason being is that this episode is quite long, and I even cut out like 50% of it already. For whatever reason, I really didn't feel it took that long, and I just refused to make 2 episodes of it. At the end of the day, there will be kinda-ish 2 episodes of it, so you'll see. But anyways, today we are going to bring in the last country of Summer Lake, and this is of course Australia. You know, that's because of the DLC that dropped 2 weeks ago actually already. So on Tuesday it's been 2 weeks. And yeah, we are finally back here in Summer Lake. Actually, it took a while, as I said, before we went back. And I'm also quite happy that we are now about to finish this project. It's, as much as I loved it, it really feels it's time to wrap it up. You know, summer is coming to an end now. Autumn is just around the corner, knocking at our door. You know, people are already dressing a little bit like it's already winter. So even though I'm still freaking burning in my room here. It's still very hot in this attic room. I mean, it's just pretty clear because still the sun is shining quite a lot onto it, and then it's like super warm in here anyways. But yeah, let's not talk about my temperature in my room. Let's talk about what is happening today. So first of all, I won't be here for the entire voiceover for the time-lapse, because there will also be a real-time part in which I'm going to announce a little contest here for this wonderful summer lake. So in order, if you want to take part in that, make sure to do so. And also for those of you who sticked with me and the commentary until this very point in time, I'm very thankful that you did. And also, in case you haven't subscribed yet, make sure to do so to help me grow a little bit more. That would be awesome. I really want to reach 50k this year, and lately it has been all good, and you know, it was really good, and still see so many people watching constantly without being subbed, and you know, I'm just kind of keeping the reminder going here, because you know, that just helps me a lot. But now let's talk about this wonderful coral reef. Yeah, that's what it is. And the Great Barrier Reef obviously has a lot of coral reefs, you know, that's where the name comes from and stuff. And I just wanted to test something here, how to do it. Like, I'm, let's say, 60 to 70% happy with how this turned out. The reason why it's actually just quite a low number of happiness comparably to other stuff I have. It's mostly that it doesn't create the shiny color in the water that I want to. Like, I wanted to have the water look a lot more greenish, turquoise-ish, but at the end of the day it didn't really work out the way I wanted it to. It still looks really cool in game, like when we do the tour in the end, it really looks cool, because the screenshots really don't pay this justice, not at all, but like in the game it really looks totally awesome. And you can see that I'm just creating all of these custom coral reefs here by using this flower bed, which is one of the soul pieces from the flowers that you can recolor. And then I was using a whole bunch of these new Australian plants because they just look awesome underwater, because they just have that feel of like these spikes and stuff underwater. It looks like a little bit like corals, and really helpful to do it that way. And yeah, I think it's you know, considering what kind of limitations we have in the game right now, I think it looks really cool, and I think it would even look better when you use that for an underwater viewing. I was thinking if I could bring in one here, but I'm still not sure if I want to bring in the crocodile, because my initial idea was to bring in the crocodile in the water part, but I guess it doesn't really work out, because the main problem is we have the saltwater crocodile already in the Everglades, and we also have the issue that they're super big and they're very needy when it comes to space requirements. And so I actually decided against it, and we will have a kangaroo farm at the very end of these islands over here. So you can see it's quite a lot of work going on here with the different stuff I do here in the lake. Like, it took me quite a while to really get this lake going. Like, we are already over 1.5 hours into my recording footage here, and I'm still just doing the lake. So I really wanted to pay attention a lot to the lake over here, because the story of Australia is that you come in Australia from a bit more of a central part of the continent, and you go towards the entrance of the Australia region, where you will have a little Uluru inspired scale model. Also, I'm going to talk about that a little bit when we are there in the video. I'm going to talk about this topic a little bit, because I think there has to be said something, which I will do, but you know, we'll get there. But yeah, I've got the scale model, so you're coming from the inside of the country and you go towards the coast, and then you cross a bridge towards an island, and on that island we will have the koala bears, or the koala, I'm sorry to call them bears, it's just, I know they're not bears, but you know, the naming is always that way, and they're just fluffy, okay? Let me call them fluffy bears for 1 sec again, okay? So the koalas are on that island, and yeah, you can see there was already quite a leap forward. Now we have already that bridge in. I did already some foliage testings and stuff, and yeah, so slowly the picture comes together. This is already preparing for the kangaroo farm, which will be at the end. It's not going to be in today's episode, because just I couldn't fit in more than 10 hours of footage, which it is now. It's 10 hours of footage that went into this episode. It's just ridiculous. And I think there is still some more stuff I did when I forgot to record, because in stream or whatever I sometimes just forget to record. And yeah, also thankfully Frontier, along the way of this project, they fixed the 3-meter path issue again, so we can use it again. So because that build, when I started doing this build, it was still in the early access of the pack, And then there was the 3-meter path was broken, and I stopped then doing it because I couldn't just do it with the 4-meter path. It just didn't work out. And so yeah, that is the reason why I also needed to wait until this is fixed. And now, as it is fixed, we can finish that up. Now we come to the scale model of Uluru, which I won't say falsely, but let's say it was a bit clumsy to call it Ayers Rock. The thing why I did this is pretty much because I didn't have the knowledge I should have had, and so I want to actually, I do apologize for using that name and for potentially offending some Australian people. I just didn't want to do that at all. For me personally, since I'm not an Australian, I've never been there, I'm not very familiar with the Australian history, I really only looked up the name of this big rock that I definitely knew, and I definitely also remembered that it has the original name Uluru, but I didn't know the story why it was called Ayers Rock. My knowledge was that the Ayers Rock is basically just the naming of this traditional mountain, which is a bit more common in the English language, so that people in the world know it. Because like when I looked up the name, it was mainly checking what is more familiar for people, so just so I know that people are aware of what I was talking about, you know, and this is the sole reason why I chose to go with Ayers Rock. And all of your comments actually made me aware that there is a story to the fact that the colonials basically took away the original name and also kind of did some actions that were not really cool at all, and then just named this rock after one of these colonial dudes that, you know, just did some shame on it. And so, yeah, I'm sorry for naming that falsely. So this is, in fact, definitely a little bit of an apology here. So we have a scale model that you guys will be able to download from the workshop. So as a kind of little apology, that is definitely the Uluru Rock scale model, if you will, and I'm not going to call that otherwise now. It even gets a little bit of a education plate at the foreground now, just to make sure that, you know, I learned my lesson and did some research on that, and so that everyone else know it. It will be on this plate now. Isn't that a great story? I really hope that's okay for you guys. So again, there was no like intention. There was not like really there was no intention at all after calling it the way I did. And I just checked that my flight sim video of Australia, I even called it Uluru, simply because back then I didn't even check what is the more popular name. I just called it Uluru because that's what the name was I found from in-game and stuff. So yeah, whatever. I mean, I think I made my point here, and you guys know what I meant, and most of the comments were super polite and very helpful, so thank you guys again for those. All the other comments I blocked, and I think it's very much likely that I will block these kind of racist comments in the future again. So yeah, not my kind of stuff. So thank you so much for all of you who participated in this very good discussion, and so here's my little excuse again, but now we move on with a little shelter building. And as I said, this is mainly the intention of that is to basically build this area out as a journey from the central continent towards the coastal part, and then on the other hand side with the kangaroo farm, it's kind of framed so you're back at the continent. So that is the main story. And so what we have here and just in front of us is a little bit of a more rundown building style, which is a bit more reminiscent of the central Australian farms and stuff, and also a little bit reminiscent of the ghost towns, which were due to the gold rush, which is another thing I just checked why all this rundown pieces make sense is basically down to the fact that there was a huge gold rush in the past, and then once that was done, many small towns got abandoned, and these rundown kind of little ghost towns were developed, so to say. Is developed the right word? It created, or just exists, I guess. I don't know, something like that. But yeah, you can see I'm just using loads of this scrap metal, some kind of wooden pieces that go together well, and just of these wonderful weathered looking pipes. I love this piece, by the way. It's just so good. I love that rusty weathered copper, is it copper, iron fence texture thing. I love it. Anyways, guys, that shall be it for my voiceover. You now have some certain nearly 10-ish minutes of time-lapse left. I really hope you enjoy that. I'll tune up the music for you guys, and I will then see you in the real-time part where we talk a little bit more about this habitat and we see the koalas in action, and we also talk a lot about what is going on with the contest. So see you there. You can also skip via this little jump marks in the video. Hey everyone, here we are in the real-time part. And as you can see, we are standing here right in front of the Australia area. And it's not, as I said, there are a few things I still need to do, but I'm very happy with how it turned out. So we start here from the German area we did last time. So in order you want to check that out, it's also in the links and in the, in the top right info cards, you will find that. But if we go here, this is how you enter to Australia. As I said, you are coming from the central area of the continent. And this over here is the look inside of the scale model, as we talked about a lot about this. And I did a little nudge to myself. There you see this wonderful Aussie sign in the back. And, this time I really wanted to make a little bit of fun of myself, calling that Uluru Mountain out falsely. I used another term that is, sometimes misconceived as a use. I know that a lot of sports people from Australia are called the Aussies and stuff, but I know that this term is also not like super often used, and I don't know, I just put it in as a little nudge to the fact that I messed up with the namings, and so I put this in as a little, let's not say Easter egg, but some kind of reference to me being stupid, okay? And then on the left-hand side over here, you can see a wonderful shop that is now about to be used by one of the wonderful staff members that come over. Boom, there you go. So that's the info point where you can get some stuff, and then, you have this like window with the shutters and stuff. I really like how the shutters turn out, by the way. And then you have this Aussie sign, and you have a toilet over here if you, may need this. And on the right-hand side, we have a little barbecue area. I quite like this barbecue area as well. We have this wonderful barbecue lamppost grill thing. I put like a fire below so it's kind of glowing a little bit. You have all this kind of scrap lying around, all a bit more broken rundown, and you have some actual picnic tables. And of course, if you want to grab some stuff, there are some vending machines hidden in here, so we got them with the pack, and so I thought, okay, have them. And so it's basically just a very theme park-ish entrance area to this animal sighting scene over here. The right-hand side is already kind of covered nicely. I will exchange some of the plants and put some more bamboo here, so it's looking a lot more like Australian foliage right here and not like too much, European. And I tried to use some plants here that would still be able to be grown in Europe, even though it is already kind of problematic. But we will talk about that once we cross the river. And well, actually, river is the wrong term. It's the water pond, But this is like already hinting you at this koala island, a little bit of a rundown, broken sign. And we just get onto this, and we have this little zigzag, roundish, swooping, bridge. And the reason for that is I just want you to look down into the coral reef, okay? I want you to really experience that, look to the left and to the right. Like, in a real zoo, you would have a lot of fish in here, that would be like a flourishing fish pond with a lot of different species in here, just some colorful fish and whatnot. And I will actually do something about this. I'll talk about that later, so to make this even more realistic, just hoping that we potentially can go back in here in the future when we get some fish, or at least, some VFX. I would even be happy with some very nicely done VFX in here that act like an animal for like ponds. That would be awesome, just like we had in Planet Coaster with all the custom VFX that people made. In terms of fish, like really like these kind of pond fish, I would totally use that. And if they act still like, let's say it would be enough if they would act like a education sign. You put the VFX in, it's kind of invisible, and then you have the fish swimming around in like a very nicely done loop, just like the exhibit animals, and then this acts like a focus point for the guest, and then look at it, and you can put like an education board here, and it kind of takes the VFX as the animal. I would totally look at that as a doable thing, and I would like that too. I don't really need this animal in there too much if it's anyways small fish, but that would be cool. So this would actually give a proper meaning to this pond. I will do a lot of backstage building here to make sure that this doesn't look as ugly as it does right now. So a lot of foliage will cover this side up, but then we actually come to the island, and you can see this is where the koalas live. You have this wonderful little sign here. Everyone comes on the sit, and this is like a walk-in habitat. As you can see, the koalas are just running around here. And yesterday evening I came to a very weird realization. I thought it was a bug that the animals can swim and always cross the river and whatnot, but in fact koalas actually are decent swimmers, and I did not know that, and I just needed to find that out yesterday. So they really have their little swimming area here. Are you just going to that tree? Can you do this for us? Oh, look at that, they're all sitting in this tree. Oh boy, I really like that. Oh yeah, thanks, I guess. He's like, oh, well, no, that's full. I'm just gonna go. Okay, I just quickly try to change the lighting a little bit, but there's no way to get them into the sunlight directly. But yeah, I just love that. Look at that. They're just all chilling in that tree. Oh my lord, this is just actually how they should do it. And the other one is just wandering around. Anyways, the idea about this area, you have this little koala info point over here. And the idea would be that this is like a little... it's not like a pet station, but this would be where the keepers can tell you a little bit about the koalas. Maybe you can wash them or feed them or whatever, or they can just grab some stuff. Like a little bit of a more info, edutainment kind of an idea. And then you have this like open habitat over here where the animals run around. And yeah, it's funny though, like the entrance to this habitat, let me just show you, is like hidden. No, it's not really hidden, but it's over here. It's kind of pointless, you know, because in fact, this habitat would not need like an entrance. And of course, I made these areas here with elephant grass, as you know, and same goes to the other side. There's also elephant grass down here so that they just do not escape. And then you have these little raised platforms over here to look back into the habitat if you want. Oh, there's just one leaving the tree. Oh, both are leaving the tree. Look at that. This actually looks kind of cool, to be honest. And I think the viewpoint, it really gives this Australian vibe to me, just as I wanted to have it. I was also thinking of putting more than just 4 koalas in this habitat, just because this is kind of spread out and I can use it quite nicely. I think that the benefit would be quite high for this habitat. Yeah, and now, as I said, this will be the roo farm at the end, that you can really go here and have a look over to the bossy roos. They will live then in here, and this is also the way how to kind of sync this all into the background. I will use some Australian trees over here just to make sure it looks a bit more like that. And as you can tell from things I did here, I always put them in some pottery or like some little kind of covers, so that in case in the winter, I would imagine that this is how they are able to hold these plants in the zoo. You know, it's Disney, we always use that as the excuse. They have a lot of money, so they can make them grow and have some heating stuff going on here, so in order to grow these trees. And if that's not realistic enough for you, you know, we can just imagine that these are fake trees, because Disney still has enough money to make these fake trees look just as good as the real ones. Yeah, so I'm making excuses here, I know, but it's just I wanted to do it that way, and I think it would be very weird to just use real trees. Even though I'm looking into doing something hyper-realistic soon, I am looking at doing a little, let's say, animal station, so to say, but, you know, I will talk more about that in the future. Now, talking of which, future and stuff. Let's wrap this episode up by looking at the entrance, and there's a particular reason why. This whole project really was a blast for me to build. I experienced a whole bunch of new techniques, how to do stuff. I experienced a lot of different architectural styles. I could use some of the animals in different ways. I really was pleased with the fur variants of our wolves, for example. I now could build like a coral reef, which I haven't done in the game yet. And so a lot of things that were really good, but I think it's time to wrap it up. And as you can see, the only thing really missing in this zoo is the main street. And here is the point where you guys come into play. Now, I have a little contest in mind, and I would love that you guys step in to be part of this project again. Just as we did with the Sky Gardens, where you provided all the blueprints for these wonderful skyscrapers. It would be awesome if you guys could create some Main Street-ish buildings. So what I require is one Main Street building, and what I basically need is only the facade and the backdrop as a little blocky building, just as a real Main Street would be. You know, you don't need to do the full building. You can either do a fully flat one or a corner building, as you prefer, and I would assemble that. I think what I would need is a building that is each time 4x4 or 6x6 pieces or blocks big, and is obviously borrowing the style of this entrance. Hence, I will give you this entrance as a blueprint with this episode. You'll find that in the description down below, and then you can use it. As soon as I've got enough entries, you can do it in the Discord, you can put it in. I will make a little dedicated thread for it, so you can put the blueprint in there. I will then assemble this together, and I will let you guys decide which is your favorite Main Street building, and this person will win a DLC code for a wonderful game. I'm not saying random game. I will get a good game for you guys. That is maybe an indie game, an early access or whatnot. I do have some ready of codes I didn't use. Simply it's not my taste of game, but I think there are a lot of good games I have for you guys that you can check out. So it will be a cool price, and obviously I will make this entire area over here will be separated. This is what I will do. There will be a whole dedication memorial, really naming who did which building. So I hope that you guys are interested in doing that. I would love to showcase that and just wrap this project up as a little community thing again, because that is what it all is about, you know, community and interaction, and then just put like a whole huge forest around, make some backstage, and it will be done in one more episode. This is the plan. This is the way, okay? So because Mandalorian is starting soon again, I need some time to watch this, okay? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, so that should be it for today. I really hope you like this very long episode. Hello everyone and welcome back to Summer Lake. Today to the last speed build of Summer Lake, and you can see jumping right in here, there has something been done. We are already looking at the fully done main street, and this one is done by you guys mostly. I asked you to send in wonderful blueprints for the main street, and I offered you the chance to win a game code, which I already have for you. And the cool bit is that I was expecting a lot, you know. I'm always, you're the best community. I expect a lot, but what you have been knocking out of the park here is just incredible. So I have actually taken my time to assemble this main street with a lot of love and care, just trying to make the best of it. And at a certain point I decided to, you know, start recording because I just got too long to not record. And so I thought, you know, this episode today will be very interesting because there are a lot of cuts in where I jump a lot forward into my progress. In fact, if I would have wanted this episode, like let alone what I've done in this episode, could have easily been 3 full episodes. But I thought, you know, it's the 10th episode, and I think it is very much needed to end this here. And I also do say already at this point in time that the first tour of this zoo is not done by me, so it's going to be very cool to, you know, see someone else doing a tour of this zoo first, and then I will do a tour with you guys as well, but later on just. But for today we are looking into the main street build. We are going to finish off the Australian area and do little bits and pieces here and there, so you'll be seeing that, and I really hope that from the thumbnail you are as excited as I am, because oh my boy, you guys delivered and I am so thankful. Now, for the sake of the contest, and I will put this down below in the comment as well, I will link all the blueprints I used in this main street in the description, and you guys can actually tell me which one you favor in the comments. So in the first comment, you're just gonna tell me who you are going to favor, and I will then basically in the tour announce the winner of this code. So make sure that you really follow all of that, and also make sure to really check the description and check the links, because I really think every single one of those people who provided these blueprints has really earned a follow from you on Steam, or a download, or at least a brilliant rating of it. I did change a few things here and there according to what I wanted to have this main street looking like, so just adjusted some of the colors, so please don't hate me. I just felt like this is a bit tuning it down a little bit to make it blend into each other, because you clearly couldn't know what the others are building. So I made it a little bit less poppy and just a little bit more fitting to Summer Lake. But oh my, I am really proud of what you guys have created. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie if I say, with the time available at the moment for me, and with the, you know, with the focus on actually animals, I would have not been able to create a main street like that. Not at all. You guys really helped me out a bunch, and so maybe I'm even getting 2 game codes, and I'm just going to give it to the first 2 or whatever. And you also will find yourself a dedication space, which you're going to build in a bit. I only need to put in the names, and I will also put in a lot more of a dedication info at the entrance of the zoo, because I really clearly want to make sure that as soon as someone is going to download this zoo, it's right from the start very obvious that this main street is only assembled by me and not built, because that would be totally unfair, and people would praise me for something I haven't done and I couldn't even do. Like, you know, these buildings you guys have done, oh boy, they are so good. There are some little bits and pieces I would do maybe differently, but this is not because I don't like it, it's just because I would think it fits better to simulate. But that's just a very personal, subjective opinion, and so I'm really happy that, you know, you guys brought in some different styles that I would have never done, and funny enough, they really work out brilliantly here, and yeah, so I'm just happy. Also, there's one thing from the latest update we can use now finally in a very good manner, and these are the sapling trees. And I just, you know, I always had the issue also in Planet Coaster that the trees were relative to the buildings way too big, and therefore it kind of always created this weird looking Main Street appeal of like gigantic trees and normal buildings if you wanted to keep it in scale somehow. And so I ended up doing it with like kind of tricks and sinking in trees and stuff. But here, having really these saplings really helps a bunch. Yeah, and kind of had the same issue as always, you know, trying to make these dedication things. You always figure that actually the names are a little bit the biggest issue you have over here, because the signs are mostly very big, and I wanted to have something very small, and so I ended up doing this version over here with the wooden plates from the Australia pack. They are the most small ones that really do fit this little area here quite nicely, and I wanted to have these things in. It's not going to be entirely finished. I will do some tweaks off screen before I release this to the people who are going to do the tour, and just make sure that every dedication is in, because that really is important to me, because you guys really have worked on this so hard, and you deserve every single bit of praise for that. And so yeah, this will happen. I will put this in, and on the other hand of this little very Disney Main Street inspired little pavilion here, I will also put the info that this park is meant to be like a crossover from Epcot and Disney's Animal Kingdom, and at the same time this Main Street has been done by the community. And yeah, I just love to have this little bit in here, because you guys really helped me out on that, and I'm just, yeah, I hope I can translate that into the commentary. I'm really thankful, and I honestly didn't believe that these things were coming in so crazily quick and so good. And you know, it still stands that this is like, this Main Street is curated out of the things I found most fitting, but you guys even sent in more than those. And yeah, again, I'm just so thankful. And people are so talented nowadays. Like, it's, you know, not that people haven't been talented in the Planet Coaster days, but I think the advanced building wasn't just so widespread, simply also because of the interest in, like, you know, in a theme park game. And with the step to Planet Zoo, I think most of the techniques and most of the skill has already been translated into Planet Zoo from the very beginning, because this learning phase of Planet Coaster basically didn't exist anymore, because the games are so similar. And so I think new people that came in already got the big kind of bunch of ideas and techniques available to them to learn this stuff right from the beginning, and I didn't need to go in there like we needed to do this in the Planko days and learn from each other so much. You can just jump into Planet Coaster, Planet Zoo, watch a ton of tutorials, and you have all the techniques you need at hand, and you can really bring in your own skill. And I think this is really what starts to shine now in Planet Zoo, that the skill set and the overall ability of people to use this planet toolbox to the maximum is really showing out, and I really do like this a lot. And I really start to look at things in the workshop. I'm like, how is that even possible? Like, really? And then I'm just going to download this, look into the pieces, and you know, it's just really cool to see how people still keep pushing the limits. And yeah, on the other hand side, I also have to say that this Main Street build, as beautiful and as great it is, it also made me kind of sad and realize how much better this game looks over Planet Coaster. Like, this is really reminiscent of my Camel Kingdom Main Street, and if you compare those two to each other, and there is a picture I have for my Main Street, I did compare. It really makes me sad, because when you look at this, you would initially say, well, but it looks the same as Planet Coaster, maybe just a tad bit worse. And, I was the same, and I just opened Planet Coaster and I was like, no. It's like the textures, the shading, the anti-aliasing, the everything is just so much better, and especially the foliage. The foliage is what really sets those two games apart. And yeah, I'm just hoping that in the future we will get a Planet Coaster 2 or something, because oh my boy, that would be amazing, and I would just offer so much more. And honestly, also, I think this is also the first valid performance comparison I can make, because I remember that my Camel Kingdom really, at this point in time where the main street was done, already had a significant hit on performance. And even if I do open that today without all the other areas in Camel Kingdom, just solely the main street with some, some foliage stuff and so on, and getting people in, it already starts to drop below 30 FPS at points, while this zoo over here is still easily going 60 FPS with all the animals in, and I had like 8,000 guests in, and it was still very much steady into the 30s and very enjoyable. And this is really, I have to say, as much as we always kind of tackle upon the performance of this game, which to a certain degree is valid, but sometimes you also have to see how much they did improve. I'm still very, curious to see if in the future they can hopefully make the support of high-end graphic cards a bit better, because at this point in time my graphics card is not even maxed out when the game is really already stuttering, and same goes for my CPU. So maybe they can, with some updates in the future, make sure that the game really takes all the available power to run. But other than that, I'm just like super happy with how this zoo still runs, and also it gives me an idea why Malin Zoo from the lady designer still runs so damn good, because her zoo is like, oh my boy, it's so cramped. It's just like completely cramped. But yeah, we're already starting to do some finishing touches here. Some of these buildings are very simple. I'm just going to, I think I won't even do this even more styled. Maybe put some little bits and pieces next to it just to make it look a bit better. But yeah, the zoo is mostly done. It's really, this kind of experience is mostly already done, and I'm just super happy with how it turned out to be looking in the end of the day, because that zoo is definitely another leap forward in my building skill, and just has been super interesting when it comes to different challenges, making things look different, using different techniques to make things look just realistic, but at times also very fantasy-ish by, like, Disney standards, if you will. And yeah, I'm just, also it was a little bit lazy, truth to be told. I just copied this one Australian building and just changed a few bits about it. But I thought I can get away with it simply because you would not get close to these buildings. These buildings will always stay in on the other hand side here of the water, and it's kind of this little farm, as I've already talked about last episode. We are doing this little kangaroo farm over here, putting a lot of foliage in the back so that the backstage is vanishing as most as possible, just using a lot of bamboo, because realistically bamboo is the only plant that would grow quite significantly and easily in this area. And then yeah, just working our way in with a lot of logs and stuff like that. It's just very much that what you need. And yeah, I'm just very pleased still with how it turned out in the end, because it didn't take that long, but also because I had this idea in my mind already pretty obviously for quite a few days already, and so I was using everything in here like very straightforward. Let's put it that way. I just used it very, very straightforward because I exactly knew what the style and the looks of it should be, and then I brought in the kangaroos, and it just exactly looked the way it should. Let's just simply put this is exactly what I wanted to do, putting some enrichment items in so that the animals do good. And then yeah, you definitely see already that this, I might just put a few rocks in the water just to make this entrance, like the little kind of waterfront, a little bit more nice looking. But yeah, so now already we are getting into some last very unnecessary but very nice looking finishing touches. Now, one thing I wanted to do for a while is having a highway in one of my park files. It's not in the zoo, but I just wanted to make sure that we have something that is potentially reminiscent of real life areas, and therefore I was creating a little highway layout here. The thing about this is it is just a backstage prop, okay? So a background, I should call it background. It's not having the highest degree of detail, and simply, that's also because I obviously don't want to destroy the performance by having like a highway piece that would be, I mean, I could make this look like super realistic, but then again, it would have potentially another few thousands of pieces, and that is really not helpful when it's only here to help this thing look like something realistic. And you will be able to tell from the screenshot in the end, and also from the build now, it really helps to sell this idea here. It really gives this idea, and I'm even even thinking about making a proper intersection over here, just this is kind of connecting to the parking lot. I'm not sure if I will do it, but I think if the time is available tonight, I will do it. I have some very good ideas to do it. But yeah, you can actually see I was just placing this highway here, making sure that this is kind of nice looking, putting some highway signs in as well, and then yeah, that's just how it should be. Like kind of, you know, it's actually only here for the sake of realism. I mean, there's no point in doing that actually, because it doesn't really add anything to the zoo, but I just wanted it, I guess. Yeah, so we are at the end of this episode. Again, don't forget to jump down in the description and rate the blueprints that the people have sent in for the main street in order to find a winner. Just look into my first comment of this video. It's everything explained in there, and make sure to check those out. Give them a like, give them a follow. It is incredible what these people have brought in, and I'm really proud of what they have created. I'm super thankful to every single one of you, and I wish you all the best for the upcoming days, guys. Now enjoy the last couple of screenshots, and I talk to you in the next one. Goodbye, everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome to a little special tour. Welcome to Summer Lake, and today we are going to have a little tour here in Summer Lake Park, because I figured I totally forgot about this. Well, in fact, not really. There is a little story behind that, and actually someone else wanted to do a tour, but we all kind of got hung a little bit up in our own projects. So at the end of the day, we totally forgot, and basically I forgot then also to give you guys a tour. So today, it's not only the tour, but also I am going to put this finally on the workshop, so you guys can download this as a little early Christmas present, if you will. And this is on the new computer, so we are going to enjoy this in full 60 frames per second. It's actually a little bit laggy sometimes in this zoo. I think it's mostly because of the navigatable area. It's rather funky. I don't know why exactly it is, but yeah, this is the entrance area. I mean, just look at that, Summer Lake. I still love the main street. I still love the fact that this is something completely different. I mean, just look at that. It's just so cool. I still love that we did this. So, you know, we do have actually this main street is done by the community, and I want to give proper shout out. You know, this main street is made by my community. I only put it together. They just like me. Well, actually, they wanted to win that DLC because, of course, you guys won. I don't even remember who won it, but someone did win the DLC, and this is Andal who helped. Ria, Kane, Biot, Sarah K did help, Citronvert, Dommel, and Devlin. They all did help making this main street, and I just only assembled it, but my god, does this look amazing. I'm still very much proud of you guys, how crazy good that looks. Just look at that with these little canopies over here. Oh man, I'm just so happy. And then of course we do have this gigantic tree of life there. I mean, I could put some otters and, you know, other stuff now in, because obviously this is now available to us. But yeah, so this is the entrance area to the zoo, and oh my god, do I love this view, guys. Do I love this view. Let's just go over here to the terrace a little bit and have this look. Oh my god, just look at that. I'm still very much blown away by it. I just still love it. So this is where we have Japan, there is Egypt, we have Nepal over there. In the back there is the United States with this, then we have Germany, and we have the good old Australia over here. I mean, I could do like an aquatic area. I also tried to put in some aquatic animals, but it just didn't work, and it would have been just way too much work to make that just kind of feasible. But yeah. Anyways, okay, so this is the entrance area, and now we will go into each and every land. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the weather for us, okay? Before we go into each different land, I will quickly go in here and show you around. But before we go in, I'm going to put it into the weather that this area was made for, okay? Because the idea is that you guys get the full experience. So this is Japan. I'm just going to quickly look around here. This is how it looks right now. But now I'm going to put myself just in front of here, and we're going to change into the different weather now. Boom, there we go. It's snowy out here, and it's gonna be dark, because this is how this area was set to be. So this is a very nice little snowy Japanese village. And before we go to the animals, actually, we're going to take this route over here through the little Zen garden, because I'm just a big fan of how this looks with the snow. And oh my god, did I say that I like snow? I think I mentioned that once or twice. So yeah, we are over here and in the back, and this is, as I said, like a little Japanese village. You know, we are just going over here, a little gravel, and then we have this little shop front over here where we can grab some food food, you know, from our little sushi counter. Or I think people corrected me last time already. It's not sushi, is it? I don't know. You know, this is just like a little buffet where you can grab some stuff. It just drives around. You have these little things, and then you can sit down if you want. You can grab some stuff over here, and then you can see this is a little tour. But we will go, actually, we will take that tour, that journey along this little alley over here. Oh God, I'm still just such a big fan of this area because it just looks so good. We've got the no entry sign over here, and then we can just go to this little pagoda on top of the mountain. And then we're standing over here. By the way, I'm just taking that opportunity over here to say, if you guys haven't seen it yet, there's a full playlist of this project on my channel. So in case you guys are new, because quite a lot of people tuned in new last time, in the last couple of days, you can check that out. I'm going to put the playlist actually in this video, so you can check it out via the info buttons. And there you can see we have the little macaque monkeys over here enjoying their little bathtub. They are also made fake, obviously, but they work, which is kind of cool. They sit in there and enjoy their bath together. We will hopefully get a better view from over here. It's quite crowded, to be honest, but that should work out. Oh, hello, my dude. How you doing? Nice beard. Nice beard. You too. You have the same barber, right? Great barber. Okay, let's just head on down to have some other peaks. So first of all, there's a lovely little peak over here. I don't know if there's someone. No, there's no one around here right now. But just look at the little Zen garden. I'm such a big fan of the visuals. You can just also use this as like a garden planner tool. I mean, this is what the game is also meant for, I guess. But yeah, so we go over here a little bit more, and now let's just go all the way to the front. There you go. You can see them all chilling in the pool. Oh my god, this is so low. Okay, never mind. So there, look at that. They're all enjoying their little bathtub over here. Shall we also just quickly, let me just quickly go back to daylight. So we have this in daylight for once. Look at this, guys. I mean, come on. Isn't that great? I'm just gonna a little bit on the fence here. I just love that. This is just so cool. This is so dang cool. I love it. Also, I love these ladders. They work, which is pretty dang cool. So yeah, this is what we have over here. Look at that. Oh my god. I've never seen them using it that way. Oh, it just went down. But, okay, interesting. Wow. Oh my god, this is like the real moonwalk. Look at the babies. Look at the babies running behind. Yay. Okay, that's so cool. And the keeper is also taking care of them right now. Yeah, so this is Japan. I'm still a big fan of Japan, so let's go all the way out into another area. Oh my god, I think I have to quickly lock the guest count because that is just insane. Okay, I'll be back with a different weather and some less guests, hopefully, in the zoo. Alright, we are back in a more sunny environment, and now we take this little route here alongside the Japanese area, just through this little cozy area, which makes you look over to the other side to witness this wonderful German castle in the back, and still always having this tree in the front. And obviously you can also have a glimpse on the little dedication to Bo. There's the little Bo de Vries tree over here for Bo de Vries. For those of you who don't know, she's been community manager at Frontier, lead community manager at the very last year, for 4 years actually, and we met together in 2016. She's done a lot for us, and we've had a very beautiful time. She's still a very good friend, so that's kind of a connection that always stays. But she's not there anymore at Frontier, unfortunately. She moved on to her dream job, so that's pretty cool, and I'm very happy for her. But this is like the little dedication we have. Anyways, okay, so that was the first thing. Let's go to the next country, which is a little bit quicker because there's not that much to see. But yeah, this is Egypt over here, guys. We are now in Egypt, and let me just go and walk over here. So we've got the Nile monitor, which is living in this little pond, but it's actually chilling in the back there. Or is there anyone in the water? I know that we have 2 ones in here. There's not another one. I love the new watercolor. This just works a lot better in this park, I have to say. But there's our friend the Nile monitor. Where's the other one? Actually, there should be another one, but I don't see it. Just like in a real zoo, the other one is hiding from us. Okay, and then obviously on the other side, we have our favorite members of the game. We've got the camels. Look at that, the baby camel running around. Is there also, where's Mama and Daddy? There is Mama and Daddy. Oh, Mama and Daddy, what are you doing? Just, no, we have kids watching. Don't do this. Don't do this in front of the camera, okay? Well, let's go inside, because inside there's even more, and I'm just gonna go inside real quick here. And this is like a little temple area. And then in here you do have like a little chill out hide area with some hieroglyphs on the walls. You can get some food and drinks if our staff members would even be here to work. And then we also have some snakos in here. I don't even know what's in here. Also some snakes, yeah, just like in the temple ruins. And then you can also take that little walkway up here to a little balcony that gives you a nicer view of this area, which I think is pretty cool. And they've got the camel playing down here, and they've got the food, there's the baby camel, they've got the shelter in this sphinx thingy. So yeah, that's rather cool. And then we have like another baby there, a camel here, and also you can get a glimpse of the backstage area there, which is not meant to be always on spot, but sometimes you just can't avoid it. Something that is very cool as well is there is also like a, where is the entrance again to the staff area? I remember that there is like a staff area hidden in here as well, but I forgot where the entrance is. I think it's from the behind or something, or is it? No, it should be somewhere in the front here. There you go. This is where you go into the staff area. And actually, yes, I made this too. So this is also fully designed, and then you have this little entrance to the camel habitat. So that's pretty cool actually. So that I also went up here and... Excuse me? What are you even doing? This is not meant to be for you. Well, then just do it. But yeah, so this is Egypt. Oh yeah, I love this view. I've never actually witnessed that view. I think it's pretty cool. And then we go out, and now we will go into my favorite part of this zoo. Can you just draw distance of these roofs? I hate it. But that's like a view. That's a view, guys, isn't it? Okay, so this is my favorite area. This is Nepal, and Nepal is definitely... It's definitely my favorite. I cannot lie. It's still my favorite area, even though it doesn't really work the way it should, because I completely went nuts there. You can see people running back. I think there's also again an animal escaped, which occasionally happens in Nepal. So don't you worry. But yeah, we'll have a look into this, and then yeah, we need to change the weather. Let's do this quickly. Alright, we have done it. It's snowy again, and now we go into Nepal through this wonderful gate. I think with the gold, it just works very nice with the shadows, and then boom, there you go. This is our Nepalese area, and oh boy, do I love it. I still love everything. I love how it worked with the clouds, you know, as if we are actually high up in the air. I love how the whole system works with the pagodas and stuff. And I can also tell you why they're running around here. There is like a big escaping point, because in fact, this over here is not the habitat, you know. This habitat is actually broken up because there's the pathway in the middle. And otherwise I couldn't have done it with the gate. And so this is the problem. Whenever they climb over here, animals count as escaped. And since this happens every now and then, these animals seem to escape all the time. I have also no idea where they are right now. They have some sleeping occasions in there. They have some sleeping occasions in here. So I'm not sure where exactly they're running around. Maybe they even are escaped and we cannot see them anymore. I don't know. Sometimes they chill. No, look at that. There's one in here that's chilling in the shelter because it's snowy, obviously. I mean, even though they can live in the snow, it's not that big of a deal. Not big of a drama, you know. But this is actually very nice. And then over here you have a viewing of the brown bear, the Himalayan brown bear. If I would only be able to see it. Wait, is there? There's a dude, look at that. It's sleeping just behind the forager. This is why. Let me just go through here. There you go. Look at you little fuzzy thing. Hello. Oh, look, just sleeping outside. That is nice. This is nice. Where are my bears, by the way? Are the bears escaped? Is this what the problem was? Are the bears escaped? No, I just don't see them over here. Okay, let's go further onto the other bridge. Maybe we can spot our bear friends. Oh yeah, there's one bear chilling over there. Is it actually sleeping? Because I think it's sleeping, right? Yeah, there's movement. You are sleeping. Nice. Okay, so this is actually dangerous to jump down. I don't know why I didn't continue that. Can you please take your... Oh, I hate you guys. You could just not do this. That would be great. But yeah, so this is Nepal. It's not the biggest of all the areas, but I think it's just like absolutely fantastic looking. I'm a big fan of everything here. The looks, the way how it interacts with the environment, the way how it plays with the different heights, the way the animals can actually use it if they want, you know. And just having these things, you know, the wind chimes for once are really great as well. I mean, just look at that. I want to make this the thumbnail, but I can't because Summer Lake and this is just wording-wise that doesn't work. I still don't know what we did. Oh, look at that. He's bringing some food. Nice. Okay, well, let's continue. The next thing we are going to do is America. So therefore, we need to change the weather again in order to go to America, even though it looks very cozy in the snow. My God. Snow in the game is so beautiful. Unfortunately, it's not used enough, I guess, but it's very beautiful. Let's change the weather and go to America. And let's go to the United States. Alrighty, we are back and it's sunny again. The sun stands high in the sky and it's warm again. People are not freezing anymore. And so we are here in the Everglades National Park tour. And this is something really cool. I'm also very happy with this area. So this is our little Everglades experience area. And we do have like a little viewing platform over here, you know, where there's some education you can spot here. And then there's obviously like a little boat station, as you can see. And this is where the boat tour is going through. So this is the entire area. We're obviously going to jump on the boat tour in a second and just witness that one, because this is what this area is all about. Obviously, with the aquatic update, this will be way better now to do with like a very much more low and deep water. So you have the crocodiles actually swimming in here and put some caimans in as well, and make them deep dive everywhere. That would look obviously a lot cooler and a lot greater, but as of now it's not. And also the navigatable area is not enough to have it swimming. But yeah, as we go here to the back, you can see there's some backstage hidden away nicely. You can see the tower of our castle from Germany already peeking over. This is like a little picnic area that people can use. And then this is the little building. You go in here, this is the entrance, this is the exit. Very nice indeed. And we are just going to use our VIP status, you know, to just jump ahead of everyone and jump into the next boat. So let's quickly do this. Alright, we're just starting with the tour, and we're sitting in the boat with some people, you know, hello, hello, hello. And now we're just going to have like our little boat ride here. I love the boat, by the way, it's just looking pretty cool. So yeah, I'm really curious to see. I had some issues with the boat ride, I remember. I have no idea. So it might be that we get stuck at some point. I have no clue. Honestly, I just opened the zoo and made sure that everything works somehow. But it looks good. Look at that. We have already some flamingos roaming around. Which obviously should not be flamingos in the actual Everglades, because obviously there are no flamingos around. It's more likely, how they call it? There are some cranes and stuff. They are definitely living around there, and some other birdies as well. And they also have to make sure that they get away from the alligators pretty nicely, because otherwise they do not survive that long. But yeah, I think it looks very nice over here, just having all this clutter, all this foliage just around. I think it makes a lot of sense to have it. And now let's have a look. Oh my god, look at this. We even spot like a crocodile in the water. Oh my god, this is cool. I did not expect to see one in the water. I hope it's not in our way, because then we are going to have like a little issue with continuing the tour, because we have so much cool stuff to show you. Oh, I love the fact how this works, you know, with all the trees and stuff in the background. It looks pretty cool. We are slowing down a little. Can we just crash into the into the crocodile? No, I'm just kidding. We need to leave it alive, okay? So there you go. It needs to be appearing to the left hand side, right? Oh my god, look at this. Hello, mate. Oh my god, that was very close. Very neat indeed. Can I just turn around to see it again? No, that doesn't work. This does not work. Okay, now we are coming to my favorite part, actually. This is like a very little narrow canal. Seemed like a canal, I guess, but it's like a very narrow little area where we go through some mangroves. And this is something I really do like how this turned out. I mean, there's a lot of work put into, obviously, but I say obviously. Oh my god, do you see the flamingo? It's like, oh my god, I'm out of here. Maybe there was some food delivered. That might be the thing. We also have some floating water lilies every now and then, because it's like a huge ass thing. Oh my god, look at this. There's actually some food brought over there. Look at the alligators and stuff running around. So good. I love that. Alright, there where my grocery delivery just came in here, so for the cut. I just needed to open the door. Look at that, we are just back in here. Yeah, fly away, because I would do this as well if the alligators come into the water. Oh my god, this looks so good. It just looks so realistic, I don't know. Oh my god, no, it's going for the flamingos. No, don't kill it. Look at this. Oh my god, this is so cool. I would like piss my pants if I would be in here, but I mean, come on, it's so cool. It is so cool. A little bit more realistic would be if they, you know, would actively stay a little bit away from the boat. That would be really cool if that's in the game, but you know, we cannot have everything, okay? We cannot have everything. But yeah, so this is that part of the tour, and now we're coming to like the last part, which is just going back into the area where we've been at the beginning, which is over here, and you can see another boat passing by. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of this area. I'm not gonna lie, it's really cool. Just seeing the other people go around here, witnessing what we've just seen. I mean, the tour could be longer. I'm not gonna lie, this could be longer. There's also just another boat in the back as well, having some boats going around. I think I've got 3 boats on this tour. I'm not too sure about that, but I think all the animals just went having some food, so potentially we are not going to see that many more. I've actually put a lot of enrichment items everywhere, but it seems they basically do not care at this point. So we are just going back into the station, which is just over there. I mean, come on, it looks cool. It's kind of cool to just witness this. I mean, it's not an old project. The project is now, I think I ended it 2 months ago, or 1 month ago even. So it's not that old, but still it feels like, because once you're done, it's kind of deleted from my head. And so, yeah, it's just the way it is, I guess. I love it. Oh my god, look at this. We are just going back into the station. Yeah, I think it's fair enough. We are nearly there. So let's jump out and go into the next area. Alright, I put us in the right mood for Germany. Rain. See, that's what you have in Germany. Rain all the time, kind of cloudy weather like this. This is Germany, pretty much like this, and so that's the reason why I put it in. So this is the way into the backstage area. We do have a little bridge here though, to have a little glimpse into the wolf habitat, but at this point in time there's no one around here, so we are going to take the other tour as soon as we head over to this side to see if we can spot a bear. Yeah, there you go. There's a grizzly bear. Look at this one, just chilling over here on the enrichment item in the valley. But yeah, so the actual cool stuff is up the hill. So let's go actually up the hill and have a look if we can spot something from the balcony, because that's also a very nice little viewing point. Also, I like this one over here. You can stand here and have a glimpse to the main street in the back. Just looks very neat indeed. Yeah, so it's Summer Lake, but it's Germany, so it's rain, okay? So don't get me wrong, rain is great sometimes, but not as much as we have in Germany. In fact, we didn't really have it that much this year, but whenever you need to go outside, if you're allowed to go outside, you have to say at the moment, it's just rainy. But yeah, look at that. This is like a little mixed German-style building, castle building. I didn't remember it looks so good, but I think it works fairly well. It's pretty simple, but that's the architecture is. I could have gone a bit more crazy with like a bit more older style buildings or some more Bavarian buildings, but more like a little good onion roof here, a bit more classical. So I think this is pretty neat. And then over here, of course, you have this balcony from where you can see the wolf area. Look at that, there's one chilling over here. We actually have a lot in, so there needs to be like a huge pack, but I don't know if they're like in the... There's someone swimming, there are 2 wolves as well. They're chilling all over the place, look at that. Chilling everywhere. They're just like, you know, socializing with each other, I guess. Howling around. Oh, look at that, they're even playing. Or are they fighting? No, this doesn't look like fighting. They were just playing. And now he's pooping. Okay, well it's an intense game. You have to poop afterwards. I get it. I get it. Okay, so this is this side, but you can also... Oh my god, not so close. Social distancing. Hello. That was too close. And then on this side, you can obviously peek into the grizzly habitat. The other one is still around there, I guess, but that's the other one moving around. Ah, yeah, I think it looks good. I think it looks fairly decent. I love, by the way, how this all looks in rain with the haziness in the background and like the little glimmer of the wet surfaces and stuff. I think this is a nice vibe, you know. Oh wait, there's the other one as well, just having a little bath. Yeah, but yeah, looks really good. The visuals in this game is something I really do not complain about whatsoever. It looks absolutely stunning. Also, like, with all the reflections here on the ground, and yeah, that all looks good. Just moving all the way around now down here. God, it's so crowdy. Go away, everyone. Go away. I want to see my animals myself. There you go. Oh, look at that. Oh, do I have 3 in here? Might be, because I have aging enabled, and this might be that we have more. But yeah, now we're getting to Australia, and it's time to get a weather change again, because obviously Australia is not that much rain. So we go back to the sunlight. Okay, this area will be interesting now. Australia is going to be interesting because I remember I had a lot of issues with my koalas when we were building in here. I really hope it's changed, but I have no idea, honestly. I have no idea. If we go around here, this is the entrance to the Australian area, and oh my god, I'm still very happy with the entrance area. I wanted to style it in a way that it's kind of subtle, you know. I like this building a lot. This is just such a shabby, nice looking building. I don't even know how to call it else. I think it looks shabby, but it looks good at the same time. And then obviously we have the miniature version of Uluru, and it's not Ayers Rock. I know, I did the mistake then, but then I put Aussie in as like a little joke. I don't know, but it's Uluru, okay? It's Uluru. We even have like a little education panel here. I should have read this before, so I would have not made this mistake, but okay, we're here. This is Uluru, and this is good, and this is great, and I love it. And also, like a little typical Australian thing is like barbecue, so I put like a little barbecue area here with the, you know, tiny little barbecue thingy. And then we have some little, yeah, just kind of vending machines here. But this usually would be like the little chill area where you can sit down around the, you know, around the barbecue and then just enjoy your evening. And there's also like a restroom in the back. They definitely need to go there. And then you can, you know, we can just go into the area. This is like the Australian experience. You can see this is like the koalas. We are waiting for us. And then, I don't know if we look into the background here. Can we see someone? There's someone chilling on the ground, which is nice. Is there also someone in the tree? We will have to look. I have actually not looked into it if we can see someone. There's someone else chilling on the ground. They're actually sleeping. So let's go over the bridge. Also, this bridge is leading us over a little, as you can see, coral reef built. I'm still very happy how this turned out, to be honest. And with the new water, it looks even better. Pretty cool. I would love to test how the animals would be able to swim in here, but this is not deep enough, and I tried to just get rid of the water real quick, but I had a lot of issues, so I just left it the way it is. And for some odd reasons, also our little friends the koalas can swim, so I needed to put like this stuff in. But yeah, it seems that my koalas still do not climb, or they are basically just sleeping all the time. Who knows, but they're like chilling over here and sleeping. I don't know what you're doing, guys. I don't know. Look, they're just all chilling on the ground, not doing any climb. I don't know what this is. Why? Oh, you just got awake. Would you mind just going into the tree for us? Also, why are you not sleeping in the tree? You are like a koala. You need to sleep in the trees. And I'm still not sure why they're not doing it. In all of my zoos, they just refuse to climb. They're like completely ground-born animals. I don't know. I just had one of the patches did it, and then animals climbed for me, but then again, they just didn't, and they're like completely living on the ground. I could actually use them as meerkats, to be honest. Maybe they are doing this for us now. Let's see. This one is going somewhat like over here. And also, yes, they can climb it despite these things in the ground I made them just so as if this would be a bit more realistic that they have it over here. But look at that. Okay, this one is actually climbing for us now. Hey, can you just please not stand in my way? Thank you so much. Oh, look. This one is doing it for us. How nice of you. Hello. God, you impatient, impolite people. I was standing there, okay? Yeah, just don't cheer up, okay? Look, it's climbing for us. That looks actually pretty cool. That looks pretty good. It always depends on which angle you're looking at, and if you make it the right angle, like as we had a few seconds ago, it looks really cool. The climbing then looks great. I mean, now it's just catching some air. But look at that! It's just looking away from us, as we were actually expecting. Oh wait, look, there's another one climbing into this tree now. Dude? Oh, whatever, at least it's climbing. At least it's climbing. They're all going for a climb now, I guess. Well, what route are you taking, by the way? Look, this is so cool. Hello, my friend. Okay, we go over because we have one more thing to see. And this is going to be over here at this viewing spot or the other on the other hand side. This is our kangaroo area. You can see there's one here jumping around. There's like a little kangaroo farm. There's another one in the farm area. And then there is another one sitting on the ground. Look at that. This looks so cool. I don't know why they chill always in these patterns. They don't even need to go in there, but yeah, they seem to do. There's another one chilling here. Yay! Just jumpy jump over there. Lovely. Yeah, I made this area a bit more further away because they can be pretty nasty. I didn't want to make people walk through. But there is like a tour you could take in my imagination and then just go into this area from behind, and there would be like a school in here, and then people could actually have like a chat with their keeper, and they do explain something about the animals, and they could actually go in here and have like a little lesson. Speaking of which, I will show you in a second as well. So this is another viewing spot. We've got the coral reefs in front here, and then this kiddo has some fun, I guess. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Close your mouth. That's also impolite. I love that. I love that. This is just like the expressions are so cool. But yeah, they're over there. Scratchy scratch. Noise. Just looking at us. Okay, cool. But yeah, let's just show you one more thing. Oops, I need to go down here. And this is this little shelter over here. This is also like a little education spot. And now, as we do have now the animal talks, I could have potentially put one here. How cool would that be? Hey, dude. How are you doing? How are you? Yeah. Just don't run into my way, okay? Thank you. So yeah, in fact, if we're in here, this would be like the little education spot. And I always thought about making a shelter like that for the education. Also, look at how clumsy I put these things on top intentionally, just to make it look a bit more like weird, and I don't know, I just like it. Is the other one still on top? Yes, it is, still hanging out there, still having a good time. What about you? Oh, there's another one going into that tree. I don't know, there seems to be like a little bit of the hitbox seems to be off. This one's also going up. Oh, are they like all going into this tree now? That looks pretty good. Looks as if everyone is going up. Yeah, mate, you are doing a great job here. That's interesting. I've no idea what you exactly did, but oh, look at that. It's whatever. This one is going up now. This one is going up. Where are you going? Where are you going, mate? It's going to this side of the tree. Yay. That's it, mate. That's it. Just go into, yeah, just crawl into the sky, that's fine. Actually, this is what I meant. Look, this looks pretty cool if it's that side around now. And it looks really cool, real realistic, but it always depends on the angle you're looking at it. So yeah, in fact, I just like it. I just like it. It's chilling down now here, yes. Look. Yeah, I'd run away as well. That is so impolite. That one is climbing down now. Okay. I think it's time for us to go, okay? We should actually head back. Because that's been it already, guys. This has been the tour of Summer Lake. And now we're just going all the way back. And we are back in the entrance area. And I'm going to basically just have a little overview and end this little tour over here with you guys together. Having, I think this view over here is pretty neat, right? This one is the view, I guess. So, guys, I really hope you enjoyed the tour today. Summer Lake is still one of my favorite projects because, again, the community has been so involved, and it has been done in a time where we were lacking a little bit of interesting stuff for this game, and I think it just, you know, strengthened kind of our creative muscles again to break out from the usual stuff. And yeah, this is going to be available for you right now. You can head down into the description. I would love if you guys would download it and rate it. That would be awesome. And also thank you guys again for being such an amazing community. You know, we just smashed the goal of 50k subs recently. Thank you for watching this supercut of Summer Lake Zoo. It was a pleasure to build this back in the day, and it was also a pleasure to cut this as a supercut for you. Hopefully you enjoyed these 4+ hours, and if you did enjoy and you find my content helpful, you can either subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, or if you want to help directly, you can always use the super thanks as well to thank the channel just once in case you don't want to become a member or anything else. That always helps me tremendously, but you can also just watch the videos and I'm all happy. And this has been such a good build because of all the themed areas, and still the Japanese area potentially is my favorite I've ever built. Anyways, I'm gonna leave you alone now after such a long time. Hope you enjoyed that one. Have a good time, and goodbye.